Hello everybody, welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We're not here to argue or debate. We're not here to shout or tear down. What we are here to do, as it says on the screen, is to question your beliefs, to see if you can question your beliefs. If you do happen to have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request out. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to insult. I'm not interested in the elocutional Olympics. I really don't care how large your vocabulary is. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? But it is good to see all of these familiar faces, so welcome in Fibonacci Flux and Egg. Welcome in Crystal J. I know I saw Bree pop in there. Hello, Bree. Good to see you. Welcome in Persephone and Judah. Welcome Rob and Caruso. Welcome IDK. Great name, by the way. Welcome in Maya and Arusha. And of course, I'm pretty sure I saw a cat in a vat scroll in there too, so welcome in. Oh, and Mira the hippie, good to see you too. But welcome everybody. If you are just joining us, we are here questioning beliefs, not arguing, not debating, not here to prove you wrong or have you prove yourself right. It's more about seeing if you can question what it is you hold to as true. Or is it something so dogmatic, so locked in that you can't even question it? Hello, Jaybird. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
First and foremost, thank you for saying my name correctly. And second, I am 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe I am a pagan of duality and there is a god and a goddess.
A pagan of duality, and there's a god and a goddess. Do you think that this god and goddess actually exist in some corporeal way and interact with this world?
So I've been questioning this about myself for the longest time because a lot of people don't understand what I'm trying to get at because I don't know if I'm very good at my words. But everything I've seen, everything I've been taught, everything that I observe around me has always an equal and opposite. Whether you can change yourself or sustain yourself or anything, there's always been an equal and opposite to everything around me. To the physical, to the metaphysical.
I'm not sure what you mean by metaphysical, but to the physical, you say there's an equal and opposite. Can you tell me what the equal and opposite of grass is?
The equal and opposite of grass is the wind that blows over it.
Is that equal and opposite?
Well, you have to have earth to grow grass, and you have to have air to supply the grass the oxygen along with the light that hits it.
Sounds like they're kind of codependent, or at least in one case, one is codependent on the other. One is dependent on the other. How? In what way is that opposite?
It's not in the fact that it's opposite, that it's fighting against each other. It's the fact that they're dependent on it. Because there's always a fight, just like when a wind
Are they
blows.
fighting Are wind and grass fighting?
Yeah, one tries to stand tall to reach the sun for its nutrients, and one tries to push it over.
Are you sure the wind is trying to push over the grass?
Well, and that's when we get into perspective.
Is there some perspective in which the wind is trying to push over the grass?
The wind is just moving, but to the grass's perspective, it's trying to push it over. It's trying to flatten it.
Is it?
But that's what I mean. That's perspective. Just because you bumped into me, I could take it personally.
Right. I
But
think I
you
understand what you
could've-
mean about perspective.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
was like,
I'm
you
curious
could
if
have
that's
literally
something.
just accidentally just went through life and bumped into me.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, that's an equal and opposite of intention to accident. I can
we're not- I'm
intentionally
sorry.
bump into you, or it's an accidental where I'm unintentionally
I'm sorry,
moving.
Jaybird. I'm curious. Have you been drinking tonight?
I've had a beer or two.
Okay. I find that these conversations are much better on a clear head. It seems like, at least, and I'm not saying you're drunk or too drunk to have the conversation, but it does seem like you're a little more excited to say what you have to say than actually listen to the questions.
You
Do
want
you
to know
question
what?
your beliefs,
Actually,
Jaybird?
I need to take a step back. Yeah. No, please. I actually do truly want to have this conversation. I am sorry.
I understand, but I don't. I don't know. Let me ask this question: Can you question your beliefs?
More like I'm trying to.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
The quality of it.
The quality.
What is something that I am believing? And I truly, wholeheartedly believe. I do believe in it. But there has to be a question there that I'm not actually asking. And I wanted
Duality. You think everything is a duality. Everything has an equal and an opposite. I asked you what the opposite of grass was. You came up with the wind because it, according to you, from a perspective, tries to blow the grass over. I'm really curious if you think that's something the wind tries to do, if wind is the opposite of grass, or is that just reaching to try to find something to fit the framework you already assume?
and that's what I mean. And these are the questions that I want to ask, because it's like, am I just trying to fit it in a frame that I want it to work? Or and that's what always jacks me up about it, because it's like, throughout everything, we always see like very, just in my perspective, very dualistic standpoints of, let's talk about the big ones: life or death, air and earth.
Does it only work when we choose things, like when we
That's what I
pick things
mean.
to have opposites? Like when I chose grass, really, I mean, is there an opposite of grass? Is there an opposite of chicken?
Well, in that aspect, then it's a duality of multiple.
Then it's not necessarily a duality, it would be a plurality, right?
That is the perfect word for it, because it's not like it's solely one or the other. There are multiple factors of things. And that's why I wanted to ask these. Well, not me personally, but I appreciate you, because I know there are questions that I should be asking, but I just don't know where to start. because I do believe in this, but it's not so set in stone, if you catch my drift.
Is it kind of an inkling rather than a belief? Like an idea that you haven't fully wrapped your mind around?
I guess, like leaning towards more of a belief.
Mm-hmm. And so when you say that you believe in this duality, which leads you to, I think you said a god and a goddess, right? Are these just a generic god and goddess?
Yeah.
They have no names, just
That
male,
is an
female
inkling.
aspects.
That is an inkling. Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like I can only observe so much from the facsimile of myself. I can only question so much as my mind can question. But if I was going to put a standpoint on God or goddess or multiple gods or all that, I would believe that there is a god and goddess because purely upon my opinion and my belief, as me as a single person, no statistic, why would I want to be alone for eternity? Why would I want the weight of the cosmos upon myself? Why wouldn't I want to share that with somebody? And
Well,
that's
I'm sorry.
making me like question shit because I'm just like,
Right.
fuck, why would I want to put that on somebody else?
Why would you imagine that either a thing with the weight of the cosmos on its shoulder or its companion would exist?
At that point, because we're human and we believe that something's out there. Like, I don't know, like for comfort or for scientifical whatever or for just personal preference. Like, and that's what always jacks me up about it. Is like, why do I believe that? Why do I believe that that's out there, but it's also scary if it's not?
Why is it scary if it's not?
Because I was just a little background. I was raised Catholic. Just like a human leaving its home, it is just as scary to live without them than to be with them. Because you have that support, you have that cushion, you have that, what's the word I'm looking for? Like
Safety net?
safety net.
Security blanket.
The security blanket of having them there instead of just straight up, excuse my crudeness, raw dog in life and just kind of going through it and just navigating it and not having that and
What's wrong with raw
figuring
dog
it
in
out.
life?
And then, especially since we're alive,
Jaybird, what is wrong with raw dogging life, as you put it?
it's not the fact of raw dogging life is wrong. It's the fact that it's scary. It's kind of frightening because that's
What's
you on
scary?
your own. You're just sending it. You're going for it. If you mess up, you mess up, and you have to deal with the consequences.
What is scary about it? I mean, what's different between that and pretending or imagining that there's a God there? Don't you still have to go at it?
You
Mostly
delude yourself in the fact that there's going to be a security blanket.
Is that what your God and Goddess are? Delusional security blankets?
To tell you the truth, I really don't know because I want them to be there, absolutely, but I'm going through it myself. And if I'm being honest, I'm not doing a very good job of it, but I wouldn't say that I'm doing a terrible job of it. And that's my pure own opinion, not based off them, just based off me. And I guess that's what I mean of like comfort you want something comfortable there, but it's not a good or a bad thing. It's whether or not you're able to deal with the discomfort of it, if you catch my drift.
So, are you having trouble with the discomfort of there not being a god? And so you imagine a god and goddess of duality.
If I'm being honest, like, I guess it's more of a, if they're out there, my preference, my own selfishness, my preference is a god and a goddess because that validates both, not one or the other. But if not, then I have to come to the understanding of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I say I'm like a pagan of duality, because in the main happenstance of everything, there's like the biggest discussion, male and female, which is just, in my own opinion, absolutely ridiculous, because why would be a thing that you are actively ashamed of? Like, but also I get
Jaybird, this is where it's kind of getting more
no, no. Like, that's what I mean, where I'm like kind of like confused, like cross thread. I'm not one or the other or both or whatever. It's like, I'm proud to be a woman, but I'm not ashamed of a person being who they are.
Okay, Jaybird, I don't know what you're talking about at this point. You've kind of gone way off topic. We were asking about your assumption that God and goddess, some dualistic entities, give you comfort. Do they give you comfort? Not
Yes.
how you feel
Okay.
about
No, actually, back around. Yes, they do.
Great. Jaybird, I appreciate you being here. I think I would like you to come back another time, but I'm going to move on to another guest.
No, I
would appreciate
you. Thank you
Mhm.
for talking to me, and thank you for asking those questions, because I gotta go reflect now, because those are questions I would have never have asked. And thank you for bringing me on your panel, and I
Absolutely.
hope you ask
Thank
more
you.
because, oh my gosh, this was like, seriously, like this was like an actual conversation instead of a debate. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I appreciate you, Jaybird. I hope you keep asking questions. And whatever answers you find, if you find some more solid ones, definitely bring them back to us. A few less beers, and we'll definitely want to question those. But if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? We have a request. Are they a ghost? Let's see. They might be a ghost. Yeah, that usually happens. But that's all right. We are here as we always are. Just asking if you can question your beliefs. Can you? Can you question your beliefs? Or is that something that frightens you? Does it mean to you, if you can question them, that they are not real? That they're not beliefs? Or does it mean something else? Tiny Science says no, never. I don't know, I've heard Tiny Science question his own beliefs before. Think critically, change his mind. What a wild thought. Oh, it looks like we've got somebody joining. Somebody not joining. You want to try to request again, I guess, there.
Hello?
Philbro Tactics. Oh, hey, now you are connected. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Yeah, what year were you born?
2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm an atheist.
I see. Well, then why did you request up?
Because it says, what is your belief?
And right above it, it says, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I don't question them.
You don't question your atheism?
Nah, I question them. I already answered all the questions. So
You already answered all the questions. 18 years old, you've answered every question that could possibly be posed. Fascinating.
Yeah.
So, why don't you believe in a God?
Because there's no evidence that points to that.
What kind of evidence do you think might convince you that a God does exist?
Stuff that will prove it to be more likely. Like,
Wow.
I don't know.
Define evidence. Philbro, I'm curious. Does your atheism mean that you do not have a belief, or does it mean that you believe no gods exist?
I don't believe a God exists.
To clarify, you don't believe, so you just have no belief. You are absent belief, right?
Not my belief is atheism.
Your belief is that no gods exist.
Yeah.
Why do you believe that no gods exist?
I just said that. I just told you.
Well, the question I had asked before was, why don't you believe a God exists? Now you're saying you believe no gods exist. Do you have evidence that no gods exist?
Yeah.
What evidence do you have that no gods exist?
Because there's evil and suffering. And because, it's probably the main reason.
Because there is evil and suffering, then no God, not even an evil God who imparts suffering upon mankind, could possibly exist.
Well, I'm not saying it's impossible. I didn't say that.
Isn't that what it meant to say no gods exist?
No.
So is it possible that some kind of God does exist?
Is it possible? Yeah.
I see. What kind of evidence would convince you? You said something that would make it more likely, but that was basically just defining evidence. Can you think of some example that might convince you a God exists?
Yeah, if there's evidence to the belief of theism.
Wow, you're really good at this critical thinking stuff, aren't you?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that was called sarcasm. So,
what about your belief? Do you believe in God?
what I believe doesn't matter. I'm really curious why you would request to be up on a panel that says, can you question your beliefs if you don't have a belief?
I mean, the belief would be
obviously
atheism.
Can't question it.
I mean, yeah, the belief would be atheism. Do you not think atheism is a belief?
According to you, it is. The way you've defined it, you believe that
I didn't
no
ask
gods
according
exist.
to that. Do you not think atheism is a belief?
What I think doesn't matter. It's
Okay,
really
then,
interesting,
perfect.
Philbro. I'm curious. Did you request up here to debate?
No, I just requested up to answer the thing at the prompts.
Well, you can do that from the comments. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. But clearly, clearly that child was not questioning his beliefs. He was declaring them. He was stating them. And I heard no questioning. Let him stretch his little baby wings. Nobody's mad at you, Philbro. You seem to be, I don't know, projecting emotions. There's no mad. You're just boring. I'm sorry. But you're not actually questioning your beliefs. It's really sad. Dark Knight. Did you mean to join us?
What's going on? How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
20. I think I'm 27, bro. I always forget how old I am. Yeah, I'm 27.
Damn, you got 10 more years before you hit the age where I forgot.
Yo, I forgot my age last year, so that's when it started.
Oh no, you started young. I think I already know the answer to this, but do you have belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
By what do you mean by belief?
Do you have an acceptance that a thing like that exists?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, I think there's many reasons. So a few reasons why I would say is I haven't seen the God interact with the world that we're currently living in. I also haven't. How can I frame this? Let me see. I haven't had any like personal experience that would lead me to believe that a deity does exist as well, which I guess kind of goes with the first answer that I gave. And I think there's like some arguments, like some logical arguments you can run to like show that there's likely like some like there are some gods that don't exist. So I'm agnostic to other deities, but there are other deities that I tend to think probably don't exist based off the argumentation that you can run on them.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
As far as a god that might exist, what evidence might compel you that a god exists?
Yeah, so I like to look at it in the same way as if, you know, when we go outside, we could all look at the sun. Obviously, when I say look at it, I don't mean like head on, but you know the sun exists because we're all feeling the effects of it. So something along those lines, if there was some kind of experience that all humans could collectively have in the same way that we have when we go outside, I'd probably be convinced that God exists. Now, I don't know what that would entail, but whatever that experience would be, that's kind of what I imagine it to look like.
Do you think that if you had that experience that you would worship the god just by nature of it existing?
I don't know if I would be inclined to worship deity. I don't know.
Can you think of what kind of deity or what kind of promise or what kind of reward, what kind of thing might compel you to worship?
Yeah, if the deity reduced unnecessary suffering in the world, I think that's a good start. Do you need more information, or is that all you need?
I guess I'm curious what aspects this deity might have that you might want to worship.
by worship you mean like devote my like praise to deity? Like
You
I
could
guess.
you could take it anywhere from respect to praise, devotion,
Okay,
anything as small as respect or as great
sure.
as
So
you know.
okay, yeah. So like respect, sure. Yeah, if the deity was actively ridding the world of uh, people that cause unnecessary harm, or even removing things like natural disasters or diseases, stuff like that, and that deity would have my respect.
Can you imagine um, changing your life to fit a god's demands?
I can, but it depends on the demands of the god.
Is there any reason why a god might be able to compel you to action, violent action?
Violent action. Mm, it would depend on the circumstance. I can give examples of things that I might do if the God instructed me to do violence, but it just depends on the situation.
Have you thought this through before?
Yeah, I have. Hmm.
You've thought what a god might be able to compel you to do.
Yeah, I used to be a believer in a God. Hmm.
What god did you believe in?
The Abrahamic God. So I guess you can just call him Yahweh if you want. But
I see.
mhm.
And when you believed, you would have done certain things for him. Was there a line?
Yeah, I mean, I never thought he would instruct me to do anything violent. So I didn't have like any kind of line. I only did the things that I thought he told people to do in the New Testament, which is like pray for people, go heal the sick, lay hands on them, etc. So I wasn't doing anything beyond what the New Testament taught.
I imagine, based on your previous answers, this
Mhm.
is one of those gods you believe doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What has compelled you to that?
Yeah, so I would say that this God, um, I guess like there entails contradictions within the property of the God or the properties of the God, and so if the God contains contradictions within his properties, then God would just simply be false, and so contradictions are false, and therefore the God would also be false. And I had no reason to believe that this God exists since contradictions couldn't exist within reality in the sense of like a squared circle being a thing that we can observe. Like we can't, obviously there's no such thing as a squared circle.
So for you, it was contradictions in the existence of the god itself.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Is there a particular contradiction that stands out?
Yeah, so let me think about that. There's a few of them that stand out to me.
I never thought I'd stump an atheist live host on contradictions of Jesus.
No, it's it's fine. It's fine. There's a lot that go through my mind, so I'm just trying to pick the ones that it's like I'm going through a library. Okay, yeah. So when I look at something like in Scripture, it states that all of his ways are just, and the way that I understand justice, I see that it would require fair treatment to be given to people, and so I find verses where God is seemingly acting unfair. And I use seemingly because obviously I'm not the writer, but it's just based off of what I've seen from the scripture itself.
Mm-hmm.
He's, punishing people for other individuals' crimes, and I wouldn't classify that as fair treatment. So I find that to be a contradiction in the nature of God. He can't be all just, but at the same time treat people unfairly. Or at least some people unfairly.
I mentioned a moment ago that you host lives. I have seen you live before. I do enjoy. What is it that's compelled you to do that?
Yeah, I appreciate the compliment. Yeah. So, what's compelled me to do that is I just recognize the harm that Abrahamic religions have caused me, and I also recognize the harm it's caused other people. And I want to be able to help others who are in that religion to kind of, question things and, maybe have them see, some of the harmful things and their actions and behaviors that they're committing against others. Kind of like shake them up a little bit. Hey, remind you, wake up and, maybe try to do a little better. Your beliefs are causing harm to other people, and I think you need to recognize that so you could potentially stop what you're doing and maybe treat your fellow human with love and empathy, etc.
So it's a mission in harm reduction.
Yeah, that's part of it. I should have just said it that way instead of giving you a little drawn out response. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Then you'd make me obsolete because I take the long answer and then make it short, and then everybody always agrees to the short answer for some reason. That's my my regular reductios, I guess.
Sure.
So Dark Knight, what do you think the best critique of your current worldview is?
The best critique. I'm not sure. I mean, I've heard some. Like obviously I have conversations with people about these things quite often, and so far there hasn't really been something that stood out to me. That's not to say that there isn't like a good critique against me or my belief system. It's just I don't think I've been presented with it yet.
Can you think of what you question in your atheism? What are some questions or even doubts in your atheism?
Yeah, so I recognize that so many cultures all throughout time, or when I say all throughout time, all throughout the time we've been around, at least humans, people who have been able to worship deities, we've had clearly, we'll say, a significant amount of gods out there, and I think there's like explanations to why that's the case. But then at the same time, when I see how many people have created, these different deities, I wonder, what if there is one? Is it possible that there is one out of all of the, I don't know how many there are, that it would totally like that have existed throughout time, but let's just say there's hundreds of thousands of gods. What if there is one that was true? Like, how would I be able to know that information? And I could question something like that because obviously I don't have access to all of those deities and the religions that people follow back in the day that are no longer around. So something like that. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Do you think it's likely that a forgotten god could be true?
Likely, I don't know about that. When you say likely, can you explain what you mean by that?
Is there any high probability? Any
High
probability at all?
High probability. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It's a great answer. Probably my favorite. I don't know that I have any more questions. I do see one of my mods does, so I'm going to bring Kat up.
Okay.
Hi. I'm going to give you a little pushback here, and
Go ahead.
not to be mean, but the critique question is one I ask often. Do you think I could be wrong is really a genuine critique of what you believe? Is it? I don't think what I'm trying to say is I don't know that I could be wrong is like a criticism, right? Because we could all be wrong.
Okay, are you're referring to something that I said, or you're talking to the host?
Yeah, like you said, there could be a God that, like that we just don't know about
Mm-hmm.
or don't know of, which is basically I could be wrong that there are no
Mm-hmm.
gods, right?
Yeah.
So if Thrayle asked me to give give the best critique of my beliefs, I would say that it's absurd and unproductive and um, really doesn't do me or anybody else any good to think that I'm just a brain in a jar. Um, but I think that I might be. Um, and so that would be me criticizing it. But like what I'm saying is like I don't know if I had a belief that there. I'm sorry. Do you believe that there are no gods, or that you just don't know if there are gods?
Yeah, I'm uncertain about that. Like I I currently have a lack of belief in any kind of God, but I can't say 100% that I know for sure there is none. Or there are none, rather.
So this is like the hardest thing to critique. I will give you that. This one is like one of the most very hardest thing to critique because it's just a big I don't know, right?
Yeah, it's basically critiquing agnosticism. It's difficult to question, I don't know, which is why I usually stop there. But I think the only thing that I would question is, well, I mean, you said there was potentially a certainty that, like, the Abrahamic God doesn't exist. I don't know how you reach that certainty, except maybe through the contradictions in the text, things that seem to point to it likely not existing in the way it's described.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, that's a great critique right there.
right,
Sorry.
I tend to do that.
Sure.
but he did do that, and that
You
was
know,
part of it. Go
can I
ahead.
throw something in there for a second? So I've had this thought happen before, and maybe this is like a fair critique. So now that I think about it, I've heard somebody tell me, well, a god would be almost the equivalent of like an ant trying to understand a human. Like an ant has its own functions and does what ants do. An ant can't, seemingly they're not able to like fully grasp what we're experiencing right now. And so, when it comes to a god, like we're just lowly creatures compared to this being, and he's like, or he or it, whatever, I don't know. It's like superior to all humans, and so it's almost impossible for us to fathom it. Like I think I've been presented with something like that before, and I thought that was a fair critique.
I think that is a fair critique.
Because if that's the case, I mean, yeah, I could be wrong about everything, you know. At least
So what you're kind
back.
of saying is like we're trying to understand that's something that's impossible for us to understand, and the fact that we're trying to put it in this box or understand it is just kind of absurd.
Mm-hmm.
No, that is fair critique.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Dark Knight. I really appreciate you coming up, answering the questions you did, and really reflecting on some of those alternatives. If anybody's not already following Dark Knight, do that. This guy runs great lives.
Absolutely does. So great to see you here.
Thank you
I
so
gave you
much.
a follow. You
I
have been
was
very enjoyable.
Oh, thank you so much. I was actually a little, I don't want to say scared to come up, but I was like contemplating in the comments. I'm like, should I come up? Should I
You had
not?
an
Should I come up?
atheist
Should I not?
right before you give terrible answers.
Right.
So,
That's what I was saying. I was like, man, I got to redeem the atheist in the chat. But no, I mean, yeah, his answers were pretty bad. I'm not going to lie to you. But aside from that, thanks for having me up. Appreciate you.
I really
And
appreciate you.
thanks for the shout out and thanks for the follows. And good to see you, Philly. All right, y'all take care. I'll just kind of hang out in the comment section. You can drop me if you want.
I got you, Dark
Oh,
Knight.
and
Thank you.
thank you for like revisiting the critique and like really like thank you for that. That was awesome.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just drop.
Appreciate you,
Good to
Dark
see
Knight.
you, Dark Knight.
W's for Dark Knight in the chat.
Also, leave it to me, who doesn't really know like all the TikTok space, like all the, to come up and be like, "Hey, yeah, by the way, that wasn't a very good critique. Do it again." To
Oh,
somebody
you did
who's
great. You did great. Hold their feet to the fire. And Dark Knight can take it. I've watched him live before. He does great.
he
Hi,
did.
my
He took
child.
that so good.
Definitely don't need your camera, but I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
I don't have to do anything, but
Okay, well, you decided to request up here, so we're going to go ahead and move on to somebody who actually can answer questions without the attitude. That was easy. He was begging for a while, wasn't he?
Oh, but you're already the devil, so here we go.
Hello, Zero. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
And what god is that?
And that's what I'm attempting to figure out at the moment. I was, I guess, a strong believer in the Abrahamic God, but now I think it's the perspective of towards that has changed, and I'm in the middle of figuring out where that is.
So you're deconstructing from an Abrahamic faith. Would it be Christianity or Islam?
No, I wouldn't say I'm deconstructing. My perspective toward it has changed. I'm not sure if, let's say you can call me polytheist. I believe in multiple, but at the moment I kind of want to classify it as one. And that's what I'm attempting to figure out, if it's just one essence that's hovering over everything, and if this essence is okay with being addressed as God, or...
Which Abrahamic faith were you in before?
I don't know, I just read the Old Testament and I sided with it. The New Testament, I never got to reading it, but okay, I respect Christ.
So Old Testament, Abrahamic God, you believed in that?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, are we interrupting your dinner?
Are you interrupting me?
Yeah, at your dinner. We're going to go ahead and move on to a guest that's not chewing in our ears. You can request back up when you're done with your meal. Something about that just completely off-putting to the rest of the conversation.
I thought that I was on the panel because I was chewing when you said hello. I thought I was on the panel and there's chewing, and I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm like, certainly I'm not on the panel." Yeah, I'm delusional. Hello, good evening. Good to see you all.
Good evening.
Zero.
It's really funny that you said that, Rev, because I like literally almost made a joke about how you chew on panels sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I try to mute and catch people when they do it, and Zero could have possibly gotten a mute and we could have waited, but I mean, you're the guest on panel and you're eating in our ears. I'd much rather just see who else is waiting in line. But Zero can try again when he's done. And maybe one of these guests actually can question their beliefs. I don't know who was in line first, but we'll see who loads up.
Hey guys.
Hello, Joe. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm actually 28 years old now. I'll be 29 in 3 months.
Happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I have no kids, and yeah, I'm actually a Christian. Wait, why is your voice so deep? Are you trying to like intimidate people?
No, I'm just asking questions.
What, is that your normal talking voice?
This is my normal talking voice. It's
Oh, okay.
probably a little more relaxed than when I'm running around getting groceries.
Oh, wow. Wait, before we get started, what do you do for a living?
I'm not here to answer your questions, Joe. I'm here to ask questions and see if you can question your beliefs. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I actually believe in Jesus.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Majority.
A majority. Are there parts you haven't read?
I think so. Yeah. Some of Deuteronomy, I think haven't finished.
I see. Do you believe the stories from the book to be true and literal as they're written?
Yeah, I do. Like,
So
why are you trying to like intimidate people, like with your voice?
I'm not trying
Are
to
you
intimidate you, Joe. Are
Are
you
you
feeling
intimidated? Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, it seems like you're forcing the voice thing. But anyways, what was your question?
It seems like you're fixated on the voice thing. So the question was if you took the stories to be true and literal. You said you do. So do you believe the 6-day creation from Genesis 1?
I believe everything in the Bible. Yep.
Why?
Because God said so. God made us. God, He's our God.
You said God said so. Does that say it in the book? Is that why
Yeah,
you believe it?
God made us. Jesus
So you
is my
believe it?
Lord and Savior.
You got to stop preaching past me to hear the questions. Joe, you say that God made us.
Yeah.
Is that from the book?
Yeah, it's in Genesis where He made
So
Adam.
why do you believe the book?
Because I have a relationship with Jesus.
You have a relationship with Jesus?
Yes.
I'm not sure how that tells you that the book is true. How do you know what you have a relationship with is Jesus?
Because I've known God since 2021. That's when I got saved.
How do you know it's God?
Because of the fruit of the Spirit.
What do you mean, fruit of the Spirit? You're not really answering my questions very clearly.
Well, the Bible says, do not trust every spirit, but test the spirit by the Spirit, that way you may know it's God. So I know the Spirit of God operating in my
Test the
life.
Spirit. How did you test the Spirit to find out that it was God?
By the characteristics of God.
I'm still not hearing why you believe the Bible is true. It sounds like you're saying that
Because Jesus died for me. What do you mean? Why?
Holy shit, you really don't stop, do you? Stop and listen. Okay, you say Jesus died for you. How
And
do
He
you
rose
know
on the
that?
third day.
Stop interrupting. Good God. You say Jesus died for you and rose on the third day. How do you know that to be true?
Well, the Bible says so, and I actually have a relationship with Jesus.
So why
and I
do
actually
you
have
believe
faith.
the Bible is true? You say you have a relationship with Jesus. What is a relationship with Jesus?
It's just like a relationship with my mom, right? It's communication with
You
God.
can talk to your mom and your mom talks back. Do you
Yeah,
talk
I
to
talk to
Jesus
Jesus and
Stop
Jesus
talking
talks
over
back.
Joe. Stop. Did Jesus teach you to talk over literally everybody when they're talking?
My apologies.
Are these manners from Jesus?
My apologies. I just get
Slow
excited.
yourself down. So you said that a relationship is talking to someone and they talk back. Do you physically, audibly hear Jesus speak back to you?
Yeah, the Lord speaks in many ways through, through an internal voice and also through the Word of God.
So, internal voice. What is that?
Yeah, He speaks to me through my spirit.
How do you know it's not your thoughts?
Because the Bible says test the spirit by the Spirit. And I know the difference between me and God.
Okay. Perhaps it's me. Perhaps it's the voice intimidating you or something. I think Philly's been trying to.
No, I'm not
Stop.
intimidated.
Joe. Good fucking God. Stop talking over people.
Sorry. Hi, good evening. Yeah, I think I can. I apologize. Sorry about that, guys.
Awesome.
Are you guys
So,
energy harvesting or something? Like,
dude, I just started a question and you interrupted. Literally.
sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh.
I actually bet he's like a really nice guy. I think he just like can't help himself.
I'm sorry, guys. I actually am a nice guy. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm gonna go on mute.
So you say that you can differentiate between your spirit and God's spirit. How do you do that differentiation?
Well, the Bible says, "Test the spirit by the spirit."
Yes.
And so, with regards to the word of God, once you get enough word inside of you, you can actually know in discernment, and you get discernment through the Holy Spirit, and you discern what's of God, what is your spirit, and what is the devil and demonic spirits.
So it's all internal. There's no way to prove to anyone else that you have the discernment of the Holy Spirit.
Well, the Bible doesn't say to prove to anyone.
I understand, and it's okay if you can't prove. I mean, that's just, especially if you can admit that you can't prove.
I never said I couldn't prove. I'm just saying the Bible doesn't tell us to.
Can somebody explain to me what the fuck?
Prove?
Yeah,
just to be clear,
yeah.
Are you willing to explain to us how you're able to prove so that we can understand?
Well, the Bible says I don't have to.
Okay, if you don't want to, that's okay. But if you're not here to question your beliefs, I don't really know why you're here.
Well, no, it says, can you question your beliefs? I can.
Oh my goodness. Okay, will you question your beliefs here with us today?
Well, define question.
What do you think it means, Joe?
I think it means to start decreasing my faith. I'm never going to let the devil come into my life and do that. I rebuke that in Jesus' name.
Or does it mean think critically about your? Does it mean think critically about your faith?
No, you guys are trying to decrease my faith, and my faith is at an all-time high.
Why do you assume that intention?
Because look at the demonic
assumption?
background. That's why. Look at this demonic background.
background.
Yeah, it is. Look at these deep demonic skeletons
None of
and all
this
that.
is in
It's
good
demonic.
faith. This is just preaching.
I'm not preaching. All I'm saying is why.
This is preaching. But Rav would like to ask a question. Can you let Rav ask a question, Joe?
I'm not preaching.
Let Rav ask a question, Joe.
Joe, I just have one question for you. When it says, the fruit of the spirit thing, the context is clearly under, like when you hear a prophetic voice, that you should question the prophetic voice. Are you implying that you are a prophet?
No, if I was saying I was a prophet, I would say I was a prophet.
Well, yeah, but so the context is that you're supposed to be questioning the prophetic voice. It's not the voices inside your head. It's the voices of the prophet.
No, it is the voices inside your head, because the devil can give you thoughts, or it
What
can.
does the verse? What does the verse
actually
exactly
give
say?
you?
Joe, what does the verse exactly say?
It says, "Test the spirit by the spirit."
That is one section of the verse.
You asked me, what does the verse say? That's what it says.
Thrayle, do you mind if I pull it up really quickly?
Yeah, which chapter?
So
it's from the epistle, 1 John 4.
I have discernment, so I know what's of God and what's not of God.
Speaking.
That background is not of God.
Joe,
it's demonic.
Joe, stop speaking. You're just being rude. You're not actually engaging.
That background is demonic.
Stop. What is a demon?
What you said? What a demon is? A demonic spirit. An evil spirit.
Demon is demonic.
No, a demon is an evil spirit sent by the devil to destroy other people's lives. Demonic spirit.
So stop. What about the background is evil or destroy?
Yes, that's a great question, Thrayle. It's actually showing a demonic demon entity on top of on top of a bunch of small demons, and I even see the devil inside of that red devil with a demonic girl wearing headphones in the middle, and it's all demonic.
How do you know that this is demonic at all?
You don't have discernment. Look at this. It's demonic. If you don't have discernment to tell that that's demonic, then what are you like? You don't have discernment then.
Well,
Like
see, I know that that is actually the celestial skeletal bat goddess.
a demon, yes, that's what that is. It's a demon. It's demonic.
It's the
And it,
celestial
I
skeletal
can't.
bat
I
goddess.
and if you
can't,
worship that,
Thrayle.
you need to
Wings.
repent and believe in Jesus because that's demonic.
All right.
It's
Hey, Joe, here's the verse. It says, "Dear friends, do not believe every spirit, but test."
Joe, Rav was reading and you interrupted. Don't do that again. We lost you though, Rav. Got the battery warning or something. Oh, I think he's
The
cropping.
witchcraft got him.
don't make that joke. That's a serious.
That's a serious.
Joe, you sound ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I
What?
can't.
I'm a child
Yeah,
of
the
God.
witchcraft gotcha.
I'm a child of Jesus.
Do you think that Jesus would immediately assume that something is demonic because it doesn't look, I don't know. I don't even know I don't even know why you think it's demonic except that you think it's demonic.
Well, yeah, have discernment, and you see that devil on that picture on the right hand side, and you see the skulls. That's all demonic, and it's
Why
of a
are
demonic.
skulls demonic?
Are demonic?
Oh, we lost Rav completely. I think
You
his battery must have
understand
gone.
there's a skull inside your head, right? Is that demonic? Like
No,
over
skulls as
under
far as
your
like a
skin.
skeleton. A skeleton.
Under your skin you have a skeleton, you have a skull. So if we
Right,
took your
but I have
skin
the
off,
spirit
you
of
would just be
God.
a skeleton.
I have
But
the
it's
spirit of God in me
God.
too. How about that? You didn't think I would. You didn't think I would pull that out, did you? Gotcha, didn't I?
Okay. Joe,
Gotcha.
Joe, you're
Checkmate
unserious.
atheist.
Yeah, I don't even think you believe. I'm fairly certain you're just a troll. So we're going to move
I've been
on to
safe since
somebody
20.
who's actually honest and capable of questioning their beliefs.
Oh
Checkmate
boy.
atheist. Skeleton.
He has a skeleton, but he also has the spirit. Let's move forward. I don't know who's been waiting the longest, but... Oh, there's Rav.
Sorry, I got a call. It doesn't matter. The point is that it was talking about false prophets. It was literally a callback to Deuteronomy 18 and
Yeah.
18:20 through 22, and like, which is hilarious because like literally that is, in my opinion, the only prophecy that Jesus came close to fulfilling. So, do.
Everlasting brought that up earlier on Will Dots Live when we were talking about how Jesus didn't fulfill any of the prophecies.
Was I too intense with that guy earlier?
No.
He seemed insufferable. There was nothing.
He was either trolling or just in way over his head. So it was time to move forward to someone who might actually be able to question their beliefs. Hello, Callie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in the God of the Bible.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not.
Why not?
Some parts are boring. Some parts feel redundant. Some parts don't necessarily feel super relevant. That's my honest answer.
Boring, redundant, and irrelevant.
Correct.
Is any of it untrue?
Is any of it untrue? I do think there is actually quite a bit that is probably untrue.
What do you believe is true from it?
I believe the universe has a creator, and that creator loves us, cares about us, and sent his son in the form of a human being to try to show us the right way to live and to give us a path to salvation.
Okay.
I see. So, sorry, Raph. It sounds like you're saying you believe that there's a creator God, and that then the New Testament is true, but everything else is kind of disposable.
More or less. Yes.
Is it disposable because it contradicts the idea that the God loves us?
I do think it contradicts itself in that way, especially the Old Testament. But I think that the reason that I feel there are large segments of the Bible that are irrelevant is because the overall message is really the only thing that matters to me.
If you included all of those parts you think are irrelevant, would it change the overall message?
Yes.
So then a majority of the Old Testament would be not just irrelevant, but false in your beliefs.
I do think so. I think that the Bible
Does it
is
matter if Jesus believed the Old Testament?
I don't think so. I think the Bible, as it is mankind's best attempt at putting the Word of God into a form that we can understand.
The Word of God. Why would it be the
Yes.
Word of God?
Because it's divinely inspired.
What does divine mean?
To me, divine means emanating from God.
I see. So divine means God, God means divine. Do you have reason to believe that the New Testament is true?
I think the reason I believe the New Testament is true, and specifically the word of Jesus is true, because what comes from trying to live a life that Jesus has commanded us to live, I think is humanity at its best when we follow what Jesus has taught.
You think it's humanity at its best?
Yeah, when we follow what Jesus...
Did Jesus teach us to follow the old laws?
I'm not sure how much of the word of Christ is asking us to adhere.
Have you read the entire New Testament?
I have. And I don't know how many times, but growing up in the church, throughout the years, I'm sure I've read it multiple times at this point.
And you can't think of a time when he said to follow the law.
Well, I do know that he's
referring to the Old Testament, the Torah.
I believe he does, yes.
So if he says to follow this old law from this God, wouldn't that imply that he believes that God is real, that is the God, the Father that he has sent him?
Yeah, I think that would imply that.
Would he have been mistaken?
Would Jesus have been mistaken? No.
So then how do you dismiss the Old Testament God?
To me, some of the stories from the Old Testament, I think, paint God in a light that seems almost like a cruel creator. And maybe there is truth to that. And I guess that in that truth, if it is true that God is cruel and vengeful and jealous, and I guess in some cases you could say even evil, if that's true, the only explanation I could have for that personally would be that it's beyond our understanding. And I know that that is a sort of a cop-out, but I can't explain why God would act in a way that is seemingly evil.
Would it not be explicable if the stories were, if they were made up?
I do think there are some things in the Bible that are made up. And by made up, I mean, I mean, the entire Bible is technically made up. It was written down by men. And the way I look at the Bible is sort of like we're looking through a fogged up window, and it's the clearest version we have of seeing through this window into something that is not
How do you know
obvious.
it's a window and not a painting?
Well, because I believe that there is truth on the other side of it, that it's not just a fabrication. I think
Why do
there
you
is
believe
truth.
there's truth?
I would say I believe that there's truth to the fact that there is a God and Jesus is his son, because living in accordance personally with a life that is tied to God reveals to yourself, about yourself and the world, truth.
I have lots of questions.
I know you do. I didn't quite catch how that answer explained why you believe this is true.
I guess I would say that it's the same reason that people believe that expanding your consciousness brings you closer to divinity.
Do you assume because people have told you?
People have told me what? Do I assume that it's true because people have told me it's true? Is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
In some ways, yes. I think people that I grew up uh, in a Christian family, going to church, many different churches throughout the years. I went to a Christian school, K through eighth grade. Um, I've been involved in a lot of uh, outreach programs and community involvement through the church. And the people that I've interacted with and the people that I've met and have been influenced by, some of them are some of the most, um, in my opinion, some of the best role models someone could have in their life and to look up to. And I think that that is why when I watch how they live and then I hear what they say and I take their word for it. I believe what they have to say.
Is it possible that they are fantastic role models and are very well intentioned, but have been deceived themselves?
I suppose that it's possible that they've been deceived. And I know that when you firmly believe in something, um, you can um, you can actually have blind spots. The more that you plant your flag without being able to question, uh, can actually make it harder to see what the truth is. So I do understand that. So
How can you believe something that you haven't read yourself? Or not believe? Or sorry, yeah. How can you believe something that you haven't read yourself? And I guess I get that you're saying that you trust these people, but
well, I guess it's the same way that I can believe in my biology, but I haven't studied it in depth.
do you think that that's what it means to like understand like being a living thing? Sorry, I don't want to go down that I don't. That's not fruitful. Um, do you think that? Um, oh, you had mentioned something about Jesus being a man. Is that what you had said, or something along those lines?
Jesus being God's
Yeah.
son in
Oh,
human
yeah, God's
form.
son. Yeah. Do you think that that makes Jesus God as well?
I actually don't think that Jesus is God. I
Okay.
think that Jesus, and I think that that's something that has kind of gotten me not in trouble, but has raised a lot of eyes in among like my church communities, because I do think that basically anybody can be Jesus.
That's interesting.
Anybody
But
can be
that's I
Jesus.
well, yeah, because I think that Jesus is the Son of God, and I think that Jesus is essentially what God wants us all to be.
So you don't think there's anything special? Like Jesus is not a Messiah. Jesus is
Well,
not
I do believe he was a Messiah, and he was sent directly by God,
God.
and it was a circumstance where there was a mission, and that was an intentional process.
What was that mission?
Um,
What was that mission? What is a Messiah?
I think the mission was to deliver a message to humans and ultimately to be an example um, of how to live our lives.
So you're saying more of a prophet, not a Messiah, then? Sorry, what did you say a Messiah was?
Well, I guess
We're hearing
I
all the
think most
background noise, Rav.
Sorry.
I think Messiah is like a savior, I suppose.
Also, do you know what the word Messiah, where that word comes from?
No.
It's a cognate from a Hebrew word, Mashiach, which means anointed one. There's a few different messiahs throughout the Hebrew Bible. I know that you haven't read that much, and you don't have to trust my word for it. In fact, I would say don't trust my word for it. You should go read it. But I'll say that the first time this idea is used is in Leviticus chapter 4, verse 3, where the priests are anointed so that their status is elevated from just regular old Levites to the station of their priesthood. And the the other times that this elevation anointing is used, which is the idea of the Mashiach, is that they are elevated from their lowly status to their elevated status. Think of King Saul is elevated to king. King David is elevated to king. This is the function of the unction. This is the unction function. Unction is another fancy way of saying anointing. Um, and I guess I'm wondering, you said you've read the Christian Bible. At what point is Jesus anointed to become Messiah, to be called Messiah? And by the way, that anointing happens with a very specific liquid, which is oil, by a prophet, no less.
Yeah, could you tell me?
No, he's not. That's what I'm saying.
It never
Okay,
happens.
because all I know is that he was baptized.
Yeah, and baptism, which comes from the idea of mikveh, which is a ritual purification process, like a water purification. You can read about it in Zechariah. You can read about it uh, in Leviticus as well. But it is simply a purification process, which makes sense. I mean, especially since Jesus might have been, if Jesus existed, might have been sort of uh, the Essene cult, which was pretty into ritual baths and that sort of thing. But the question really is, in what way is Jesus a Messiah? Do you know what any of the other expectations um, are we're supposed to have of a Messiah?
No.
So I guess like this is what I guess I'm not trying to be rude, truly, but you're saying that you believe these things, but you've not read the book in order to be able to say that, and then um, I just based on what are you believing these things? Based on the words of other people that you? I mean,
Well, I
I'm,
guess it's it's based on years and years and years of indoctrination, essentially.
okay, all right. Well, I mean,
That's honest.
yeah. Thanks for being honest. Can I give you a few other of the expectations of the Hebrew Bible that of what the Messiah would be?
Yeah.
All right. And okay, so one would, and you just let me know, like, the question ultimately is, did Jesus do this? So, did Jesus ever sit on the throne in Jerusalem, the Davidic throne in Jerusalem?
No.
Okay. Did Jesus bring in the exiles from the Babylonian and Assyrian captivity?
No.
No. Did Jesus create long-lasting peace in the land and restore Jewish hegemony from Roman occupation?
No, he did not.
All right. So those are like the foundational elements of what it means to be a Messiah. And I guess, like, based on your own assessment, do you think that Jesus is a Messiah?
Well, I guess the if that's the definition and requirements, then no. But I believe that Jesus is essentially humanity's savior.
And
Savior
so,
from what?
hmm
Savior from having to pay the penalties of sin.
so two questions. One, from where do you derive that there is this mortal penalty for sin? And two, what is sin, I guess? and again, you seem like a nice, genuine person who's answering all these questions honestly. And Thrayle always says this: I'm not trying to burgle your beliefs. I think you are genuinely questioning them, and I don't want to, like, Thrayle, like, pull me back if I don't want to be like an attack dog or anything. This guy seems, genuinely open to questioning, and
Yep.
Okay.
You're doing fine.
Well, I joined because I've seen this live pop up several times and I've listened here and there. But in general, I think there's a lot of pushback from people in the church when you start asking questions like you guys ask. And that to me is like a red flag. And so that's why I even considered being a part of the conversation, is because I don't think people should not allow people or discourage asking questions that have like hard answers.
I think there are plenty of people on this app who, I don't know about plenty, but there are certainly several people on this app who have found a way to see what they look. I'm not trying to be gentle on you or anything, but like, I'm thinking of JTP, who is clearly a Christian, but is like so vehemently interested in questioning his beliefs, and frankly, like, able to do so. And I just wonder if, maybe I'm not trying to like stop the conversation or anything, but like, hey, let me just say this, I guess. The the reality is that, well, what did you hope to get out of this conversation?
Well, I just wanted to be able to see what kind of answers come up for me when somebody asks me questions like the ones that I'm being asked.
How are you
great, Kelly?
Yeah. How are you feeling about these questions and answers that you're giving?
Well, I feel like I don't really have a lot of ground to stand on with like in terms of conviction with my answers. And I'm not really the best at, I'm not very like eloquent or anything. I'm not the best at describing what it is that I see or feel.
But you're being honest.
Do you think it's possible that people feel religiosity not necessarily because of their faith tradition, but because humans have a propensity for spirituality based on our certain evolutionary properties?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was just having this conversation with a friend actually, where I think that it's inevitable for humans to be pulled towards spirituality. I think it's a part of our growth. And I think that
Why do you say
the
inevitable?
church,
Why do you say inevitable? I mean, certainly there are people who don't feel spiritual.
well, I think we are spiritual vessels. That's my belief, and that
What does that mean to be a spiritual vessel?
I think it means that by just by being a human, you are a part of God's creation. You are a part of that divinity. And I think as you go through your life, you will inevitably recognize that, whether in one way or another, whether you can vocalize it or not. And I think that when that people know that process takes place, and they'll jump in to give you an answer for what that is that you're feeling.
Sorry, what do you mean?
So I think that like humans inevitably at some point in their life or throughout their life will have like a realization or an awakening to their own divinity and their own connection with God. Wherever you are or whatever, wherever you grow up, or like it doesn't matter if it's Christianity or what, but like you will feel that and you will know that inside yourself that there you are.
What about the
A
people who
part
live
of
and die
God.
that never? Yeah. What about the people who live and die that never happens to, or the billion or so Muslims that don't believe in God? I mean, excuse me, fucking Buddhists. God, what the fuck am I? What's wrong with me?
Well, I don't necessarily think that what that is will lead you to the God of the Bible, but I think that all humans at some point, if you live long enough,
I'm
will.
wondering why. Yeah, hold on. Just really, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but like, I'm wondering why there is a need to superimpose. Like, are you being prescriptive or descriptive in the way that you're talking about God and spirituality?
What do you mean?
Um, if I were to run this test in a lab, what would I actually find? Is there more of a diversity in human experience? I guess what I'm saying, it seems what I'm observing is more of an absolute statement, and I'm wondering why there's an absolute statement about God. I'm wondering how you benefit from that absolutist statement. By the way, this is coming from somebody who also believes in God. Just to be clear, I'll pull
I
back the
think
curtain.
that I think that I'm approaching it from what I know and from my plateau of what it means to have a connection with God.
Do you need other people to believe in God?
No,
Okay.
no. I've never really been a major supporter or proponent of um, like the concept of like, oh, we got to save everybody or we got to make sure heaven's full.
It's the greatest sound of all time.
Where the cookie?
Yeah.
What is knowing?
Well, I think knowing is actually um, stronger than believing because something knowing something is different than believing.
And if you can't hear me, tell me. You said you're working off of what you know. What do you know that leads you to this idea that everybody will find a divine connection? And I think what you're trying to say here is that you think everybody will find God in some shape, form, or fashion, like regardless of if it's the Abrahamic God or not, at some point in their lives. Is
Right.
that correct?
Correct.
So, and then you said you're working off your knowing of this. How do you come to this knowing?
I think that the way that I know God is hard to explain, and I think the language of God is really subtle and hard to describe and explain. Um, that's the best way I can put it. I don't really have a great answer for that.
Really quick, I'm going to break in for just a second. Somehow that was our first gift goal of the night. But But thank you guys, both sidesing, Philly Red A, I saw you, and Jimmy B, Raccoon Trio, and Barfing Toaster. Appreciate y'all so much for helping with the goal. It sounded like Kat had a follow-up. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, it's fine. I think you said, how do I know? But I guess the real answer would be that I don't know. Because if I'm going off of what I said, knowing basically means you have 100% proof.
Is that what knowing means? Who the hell has 100% proof of anything? This is a personal pet project of mine, but I think what you're like, I'm wondering is if you're describing the intersection of belief and understanding.
I think so, because ultimately I believe these things, and that requires faith, I guess, essentially. Oh, gosh, sorry. I hiccuped right as soon as I hit the unmute button. So, and I lost it.
Do you think that the do you think that this notion that you're espousing is something that benefits you and your particular belief?
Which notion?
Something along the lines of that everybody will discover God or everybody will know God. Like, this is not real. I know this is not what you're saying, but like something I'm hearing is something along the lines of like, and every knee will bend.
No, I just think that inevitably humans will have an internal pull towards divinity, and wherever they are or whoever they're influenced by will move in to fill that gap. And I think that the reason that people inevitably have that draw towards divinity is because we are created by God, and that's why I feel that it's inevitable. And I don't think that will always lead people towards the God of the Bible.
So then what is God?
I believe that God is a divine form of infinite consciousness that created everything.
Does that what is okay? Really quickly, because you began the conversation by saying I believe in the God of the Bible.
Yeah, and I do believe in the God of the Bible.
Do you think that the God of the Bible is infinite consciousness? And how did you describe it?
Well, I do think that. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that describing God as consciousness is something that is uniquely New Age, or can only be said in woo woo tarot card reading circles. I think that God is the highest form of a conscious entity. Do you think that because you can find a way to describe a concept of God, or what you think the concept of God might be, does that mean you found the divinity of God in yourself? I'm not sure what the question is. So like
my entire life, I've never been able to like find an understanding of like what God is or why people believe in it, right? But I've started to recently begin to find a way to describe what I think that other people are talking about when they say God. Because I have found a way to understand or like to have some understanding of this concept, does that mean like, is that what qualifies as finding God, or is it something different?
Well, I don't think that is a good question, because I guess one thing that does come up for me and has come up for me like for years is it's kind of a similar thing with like when people say America, like what like I often ask like what do you mean by that? And I actually have a similar feeling about that when people say God, like when Christians say God, and I'm not sure that everybody holds the same idea or image or concept in their mind. Um, because I do think that some people, when you say God, some Christians literally think an old man with a beard that's up in the sky.
You don't? I'm just kidding. Sorry.
I would take
And
that further to say everybody who has like a different concept of God is, even if you believe in this God concept, is very personal.
But
yeah,
you do realize that that's vastly different than I believe in the God of the Bible.
how so?
Well, the God of the Bible is a God that is described and uh, a MacGuffin essentially for the people of Israel. Thrayle, I think I just had a unique thought, and I'd like to unpack it later, but God is the MacGuffin.
What is that?
So Alfred
Plot
Hitchcock,
device.
yeah, Alfred Hitchcock coined the term MacGuffin uh, to describe a physical thing in a movie that drives the plot, but that the people are largely disinterested, that the viewer is largely disinterested in. Um, and so, like, have you ever seen The Big Lebowski?
Yeah.
The rug is the MacGuffin. Nobody really
Oh, I
gives a shit
see.
about the rug, but it's the whole movie. The whole movie is the rug.
Right. So it's like Gravity.
Yeah, well, mass, I think, actually. um, mass, mass is the MacGuffin also. Yeah, that's funny. Um, Maybe. I don't really know enough about physics, but I think that God is is the tortilla chip or the pita chip, you know, and the values or whatever is being espoused is the salsa or the hummus. Um, and anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that when you say God, I believe in the God of the Bible. Um, I think that that's such an interesting thing to say, especially as somebody, A, right, who hasn't actually read the Hebrew Bible, and B, um, you know, with all due respect, just you're not the intended audience.
Why would you say that?
Are you are you an Israelite?
No.
Okay. Are you are you Jewish?
No.
Okay. So why would you say you are the intended audience?
Well, I think that's what Jesus' message is about, is that everyone is the intended audience.
That's interesting. I remember Jesus distinctly saying, "I've come for the lost sheep of Israel," which, by the way, is a reference to Judah and Benjamin separating from the other 10 tribes because of the Assyrian attack, splitting the north and the south. But the point being that I think Jesus was largely really interested in Jews, not Jews meaning Israel.
Well, I
Not.
mean, if that's true, then what are Christians?
That's a great question.
What are Christians, Callie?
People who believe in Jesus and follow or try to live up to his example.
Are you familiar with Hercules by any chance?
Like the Greek god?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, not. I mean, kind of.
Do you remember what Hercules' story is by any chance? Even the Disney Channel does a fine job.
Yeah, he was like a son of Zeus, and then he ended up on Earth somehow.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and do you remember what his family did?
No.
Like when he was on Earth? I think they were like farmers or something like that, like lowly
Oh,
people.
right.
Yeah. Do you remember the story of Oedipus?
No.
Oedipus was a Greek play where Oedipus was born a prince, but there was a prophecy that came that he would sleep with his mother and unalive his father. Um, and so they decided that they would shackle him to the hillside, which is how he got the name Oedipus, swollen ankles. And then, you know, because it was a Greek play, plot happens, and he ended up unaliving his father and sleeping with his mother unknowingly. But the point is that he was born a prince, and he fell to this lowly position, and then realized that he was a king later, although it was too late, and then he jabbed his eyes out. But the same is true with Hercules too. Like that's kind of the Greek sort of the Hellenist sort of way of doing things, is that there's a child born of the gods, and then falls to a lowly position, and then realizes that they were royalty the whole time. But for the Jewish sort of tradition, think of Joseph or Moses or David. I guess you haven't read those texts. I apologize, but for those positions, they're.
Well, I mean, I do know I know who Joseph and Moses and David are.
Oh, great. So you'll remember that Joseph was born. What was his family's profession?
I believe that herding, right?
Yeah, shepherding, exactly. And who did Joseph become?
He became Israel.
Well, Joseph became the vizier of the Pharaoh.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then what happens when Joseph's brothers come to Pharaoh's palace in the midst of a horrible famine?
Well, they didn't recognize him.
Well, he didn't yeah, exactly. They didn't recognize him. And what happens to Joseph's heart?
He was actually happy to see them.
Yeah, he was humbled. He could have like totally just persecuted them for what they did to him, but he was humbled by their by their shepherding presence. In fact, he arranged for them to have a wonderful life. Same with Moses, by the way, right? Moses was born a slave and a shepherd, rises to be prince of Egypt, and is humbled at the plains of Midian while shepherding and finds the burning bush. Same with King David. He was born a shepherd, rises to become king of Israel, and then Prophet Nathan literally uses a parable of the shepherd to humble him after his transgression against Uriah and Bathsheba and all that. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that the story of Jesus is just, it's not really Jewish. It's not really from the tradition that it claims to be from. And we've already established that Jesus just isn't the Messiah that Israel is expecting. So who is this Jesus guy, and what does it have anything to do with Judaism? And you know, I don't know. Like I don't know. And you tell me what you think. But it's look, religion is no stranger to making outrageous claims. But if the claim is that it's in any way or shape or form related to the Hebrew Bible and the Hebrew tradition, it seems pretty ill-informed about what those expectations are.
Well, so then, what's your point, though? Are you trying to say that Christianity is like just latched itself on to Judaism?
I'm wondering if Christianity is confused about itself, and I wonder who benefits from these sorts of things. I have several thoughts, but this is not that kind of live. And if you are interested, I'm happy to have further conversations privately or on other live spaces. But I guess it's really up to you to question what information you've been presented with. And frankly, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your input. It actually gives me a lot to think about. So, and I have some notes I took too. So, thank you.
I would be happy to
You could
facilitate
reach
and
out.
partake in that conversation if you guys want to have it ever.
Totally. And you can reach out anytime. Like my direct messages are open, and yeah, I'm not trying to promote myself. I just, yeah, happy to talk about it with anybody. Just don't be rude in my DMs, not you, just anybody. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Kelly,
I'll
I
add you guys.
appreciate you being here. I do. I appreciate you answering the questions and going on the journey you did. I don't know if anybody else has any more questions, but we should be moving on soon. But I think Philly might.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
You did a really
Thank you.
good job.
I would
Thank you.
love to speak with you again, Callie. I hear your willingness to see what comes up for you when you are questioned, and that openness is refreshing.
You should absolutely
Yeah,
let Philly
thank you
interview you
guys.
sometime. It is a pleasure to be it is a gift to be interviewed by Philly. She's wonderful.
I'll make sure to add all of you. And yeah, thank you for this live. I've been kind of like creeping around it for a while, so it was pretty cool to join.
We are happy to have you.
Appreciate you, Kelly. I hope you keep asking questions, and maybe next time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have more answers. Let's see some W's in the chat for Callie actually questioning his beliefs. I do not know who in queue is next.
Baby Zero's done eating.
Oh, that's right, Zero. If they're still there, they're probably ghostly at this point.
Oh, got another Tom Hanks in the comments there. So funny. Do people actually hear that? I really don't. I don't.
Yes.
I didn't until I heard you say it the other day, and now I can't unhear it.
I know
And
I
the more
hear
you
it when I
deny
see
it,
Buzz.
the more you sound like him while denying it.
So there was a whole crew before Why Are We Here started. Like that, it was like just before that all kind of started to happen. Um, my first time ever coming up on a panel, somebody said it, and like I don't know, like literally they made their entire Discord. Woody's coming, or Andy's coming. It was very funny.
I appreciate everybody in the queue's patience. We are bringing up as many as we can. Hell yeah. Thank you for the galaxy, Callie.
Callie with the huge.
Beautiful.
I think one I know is not a ghost in queue, and we'll get to them probably if this next one is. Yeah. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down. I just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
What do you think about the God as MacGuffin?
That is an interesting thought.
It's totally a conversation that I've had with my PhD biblical scholarship father before.
Nice.
It's interesting. Hello, Fairy Queen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? You probably didn't expect to make it up here so soon. Most of them were ghosts.
Were you talking to me?
Yep. I need your age.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Way over 18. Sorry. I was looking at a Philbro retake on a Monty Python sketch. So I'm sorry.
How way over 18?
At least twice.
Gotcha. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
No, I've been up here before, and so if you want to drop me, you totally can. I'm an atheist. I just thought it might be fun to join in conversation if I could, but if you want to save that space, I totally get it.
Understandable. Yeah, I do tend to like the panel kind of light. It helps to not be so intimidating, not make it seem like a bunch of atheists are about to pounce.
I try not to pounce on people. I do try not to pounce on people. But yeah, feel free to drop me if you want to keep it open. That's totally fine.
Appreciate you, Fairy. Yeah, we will just to keep it light for now. But maybe later we'll need another questioner up here, and I'll be curious to question your questioning.
Sorry, Rob, that was just right there.
No, I trust me, I know why I'm here.
Now that I've said it out loud, it sounds horrible.
Why?
There's atheists, of course, that hang out up here and question well.
If we can't question, what the fuck are we doing?
Well, I mean, yeah, ask all the rest of them that.
Hello, Nanya Biz. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I have a belief.
You have a belief in what? Which god?
In Yahuwah. Yahushua HaMashiach.
I see. And have you read your Bible?
Yes.
From beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm always busy doing something else. But I've studied enough to know.
Studied enough to know what?
Enough of the Bible where I believe now that there is a God and he has created heaven and earth.
You've studied enough to believe now that there's a God that created heaven and earth.
Yes.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe that's what faith is, to have a personal belief. Would I like to believe they're all true? Sure. Am I Absolutely sure? Not at all.
Why? I'm sorry. You'd like to believe. Why would you like to believe?
For a better ending, and for it to not be all doom and gloom as we're all experiencing now. I like to believe that there's a good ending.
You like to believe that there's a good ending.
Yeah.
So just because you want to believe it.
Yeah, I believe that's what faith is. Faith is this, hope.
Yes, Kat.
I was just wondering why you came up here after calling Philly a demon in the comments and getting muted for it.
Because I can.
Fascinating.
Evil? Was it demon or was it evil?
It might have been evil. I thought it was, but it might have been the guy that said Thrayle was a demon and you were evil. One of the two, for sure.
Because of the way she was replying to that young boy.
The way I asked a question, you mean?
That wasn't that. No, you kept implying to the poor young man who couldn't even get a question in.
Do you have a particular relationship with Deuteronomy 28 by any chance?
No, what is that?
Okay. What did you call God? What was the name that you used for God earlier?
Yahuwah.
Yeah, where do you get that derivation of those vowels?
It's Hebrew.
It is?
Yeah.
And so where do you see a kamatz or a patach underneath the yud? And you see a kubutz under the hay? Is that what you see there?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I guess what I'm wondering is how do you get that pronunciation?
Yahuwah. I've been taught.
Taught by who? Taught by whoa?
No, by Yahuwah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where do you get that? Where do you get that notion from?
The ambassadors of Yah.
The ambassadors of Yah. And who are they?
They're Israelite. They're Israel believers. We believe in
Yeah,
Yasharal.
that's what I figured. That's what I figured. That's why I asked about Deuteronomy 28. So, are you, do you consider yourself to be an Israelite?
A believer of Yasharal, yes.
Yasharal?
Yes.
So why are you pronouncing it as a shin as opposed to a sin? Why are you pronouncing the sin as a shin?
What are you talking about?
So underneath the yud in Yisrael, there is a chirik, which implies that the next letter has to be a soft vowel or a soft consonant, excuse me, which would not be the dominant, which would be the dominant would be shin, but Yisrael. So there's a sin that comes after, and then it's a shvanach, which is a resting.
So maybe I'm saying it wrong. I'm American.
Well, that's why I'm
I don't
asking.
have it.
Well, but that's what I'm asking. Where do you get your pronunciation from?
Oh, I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Excuse me.
But you're pronouncing it in a way that people who claim to be Israelites pronounce it, and so I'm wondering where you are deriving this information from.
Yeah, the Israel is Yasharal, correct?
Yisrael.
Yisrael. Okay, I don't
Yisrael,
have
yeah.
the pronunciation down packed just yet. I'm just learning.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Where are you learning from?
I just told you, ambassadors of Yah.
And who are these ambassadors?
They're believers of the Israelite.
doesn't it concern you that the people who are claiming to be ambassadors for Adonai are not capable of actually pronouncing the
They
language?
pronounce it correct. I don't have it down packed
Oh,
just yet.
I'm positive you're pronouncing it the same way that they pronounce it. I wrote my entire thesis on the people that are claiming to be teachers or ambassadors. I'm positive you're pronouncing it the exact same way.
I'm really
But
not sure. Honestly, I've just started to learn about 2 months ago now.
okay, so why do you think that they're a source of credible information?
Because they're showing cross-reference from many books, including the Bible and the scriptures, 2009.
2009? What?
TS scriptures, 2009.
I don't know what that is.
What is that?
Google it.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm not trying to be funny. Like, I'm just
you're
learning
not
this as
here
well.
to share?
I'm just
Answer
learning
questions?
myself.
Oh, you don't know what it is.
I am just learning myself. The panel is, can you question your beliefs, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Right.
Do you use the King James Version as your primary source text?
Not anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Why is that interesting?
Well, that's typically the Hebrew Israelite go-to. So if you don't use the King James Version, which translation do you choose?
Today, the scriptures, 2009, TS.
TS 2009 is a translate. Well,
Yeah.
it's a literal English translation.
Yeah.
By the Institute of Scripture Research.
How does it translate Genesis chapter 1 verse 1? That's like my litmus test.
Do you have the Bible in front of you, Nani?
How does it translate? Which one, Raph?
Genesis, the
1,
first
1.
verse, yeah, 1:1. Start from the top. From the top, make it drop. That's the Bible. Oh man.
Can you hear me?
Not when
We
you
can
leave
only
the app.
hear you when you're on the app.
Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. Well, I can't read it without being without the app. So we have, it says, in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth.
Great. So this is yeah. So here's the issue. This is the most commented verse in the entire Bible, and the question ultimately, and I know that you will not be able to answer this question, and I'm really not trying to put you in a gotcha, but the word "the" is just not there. If anything, it should be something along the lines of when God began to create, because there's several different reasons, and if you're interested in those, I'm happy to explain them.
Okay.
But the as somebody who is clearly just beginning in this journey, I would encourage you to read a few different translations and maybe even read a translation from a Jewish source that is reading the original Hebrew.
What do you think about the Interlinear Bible?
Okay, I'd actually be interested to know what the interlinear Bible says about the first. It's really honestly. So here's the issue. Um, the first word requires a noun or a nounal phrase to come immediately after, and it just is not there. And so there's a huge question about how do you then translate it if there's no if it is it's seemingly grammatically incorrect, but it's not. Obviously, it's not going to be grammatically incorrect on the first verse. So clearly, there's an answer to be had, um, and the nounal phrase comes actually in the second verse, um, describing heaven and earth. Are you
Right.
with me so far? I
Yes.
know that. Okay. All right. So, really, what it should say is when God began to create, M dash, like subsection, heaven and earth being formless and void. In other words, in the beginning implies this is the beginning of time and space.
Mm.
But the Hebrew says at some point during time and space, God began to create. And the heaven and earth that was already there was formless and void. And God's going to do some stuff with it now. And that's where we're picking up this story. That's where this story sort of picks up. And that is a very vastly different theological sort of position than Christianity would have people hold. But for Judaism, this is actually a really beautiful thing because it implies sort of a eternal sort of thing, and just somewhere along this nondescript timeline, uh, there's this thing that starts to happen, and I think like the question is, how do you then, if are you interested? I guess the question is, are you interested? Um, Are you interested in accuracy or belief?
Both.
Okay. And so, yep, sorry, Thor, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Just like if you're interested in both, I understand that. And I would just ask you, what does it mean to question your beliefs as to what is the most accurate?
Well, I'm just coming out of like the beliefs of Christianity because of a lot of like um deceit and the Trinity and um tithing and
Like prosperity gospel sort of thing.
oh, it's so bad.
And so, okay, so what made this Israelism attractive to you?
The cross referencing, they're just
It seemed authentic to you.
yeah, and my understanding of once saved, always saved, what I was taught as a Baptist Christian, and then going to another church as a Pentecostal belief. Um, they don't believe once saved, always saved. So I'm like, this is and I studied with the Catholic Church, and it's just like, there's just all over the place, and it's just like, what is the truth? And I happen to have this Yashara, I'm not Yasharal, Ambassadors of Yah platform pop up, and he was just cross referencing a lot of information, and seems like he knows what he's talking about.
Does confidence equate to truth?
Cross referencing does.
What was cross? You keep saying that. What do you mean by cross reference?
He'll go from the Bible, all different Bibles. He'll go into the strong concordance. He'll go into the book of Enoch. He's like on point.
Who wrote the Bible and why?
Man wrote the Bible. It was inspired by the Holy Spirit.
And why was the Hebrew Bible written?
For God's people.
Great. Are you somebody that was, of Israel? Like, is like, what does the Babylonian exile mean to somebody such as yourself?
That it's not for us.
So, okay. So why are you?
Because from what I was taught, since the Hebrew Jews turned him away, he gave it over to the Gentiles, and that's where we come in.
Fascinating.
Do you believe the Bible to be true and literal?
Now that I'm learning about how it's been distorted, starting with King James and how he has taken out a
Do you
lot of
believe the
words.
scripture, the translation you have, to be true and literal?
Now, no. Now that I'm finding out all this stuff for about 2 months now, no. I did once upon a time. I thought it was truly the infallible word and inerrant, but I see and I think it's true what I'm learning now, that it is to enslave us, and it's just not good. Like a lot of it's taken out. Like instead of government, they'll put another word. I forget the word. And
Do you think there is a Do you think that there is a version of the Bible that is actually the Word of God?
if we can go back 1,000 years, maybe. Yeah, I do.
Why do you think that? Oh, we lost Rav.
Excuse me? Oh.
Yep, we lost Rav.
Oh, no. So, is like, what's his name? Rav?
Mm.
So, is he like a scholar or a teacher? What is he that?
Yes.
Oh, good. There he is.
And a gentleman. Just kidding.
And a gentleman.
And a gentleman.
Yeah, no, I have several relevant degrees in the subject, and
Cool.
yeah.
Oh, so you're not opposed to it?
No, I'm not trying. Look, I think Thrayle says it beautifully. Nobody is trying to burgle anybody's belief. I think we're trying to genuinely ascertain and understand what somebody genuinely believes, and I think that, look, most of the time people are surprised to find out what it means to question one's belief.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm just listening in and it's like, wow. Like life happens and like you don't sit and think about these questions, but when you do hear them, it's like, holy shit. Like that's a real question, man. Like, we've been so indoctrinated. We've been
Nanya, if you found
Oh.
Nanya, if you found that there was no reason to believe that that the Bible were true, would you still believe in a God?
Oh, absolutely.
Why?
Because in my heart of hearts, like, I just feel like I'm a good person and there is good people in the world, and it's just a beautiful world. Like, in spite of all the bad things that
What does that have to
on,
do with there being a God?
because he made everything good. He made it. It's like, who made all this stuff? The reproduction system in itself. Like, these are miracles. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm having a really hard time with the I'm a good person. Right after you like called one of the best people I've ever known evil.
okay, Kat, go where you gotta go with your frogs.
Okay, Nanya. I think we're just gonna bypass that.
Okay.
And everything and just say fuck off.
Yep.
Oh, I was so close to saying
Sorry,
fuck
Cyber,
off,
I know
like
you had a
literally
question.
being like fuck off. And I didn't. I held it in.
I mean, the poll spoke for it anyways, but I know you had a question, Cyber. Sorry to preempt you, but...
Oh, no. After that, understandable. Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, if they were presented, like, a logical evidence that God couldn't exist, would they still have a belief in God?
What? That was so weird. Like, what a productive conversation in many ways, and yet hateful against the women on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Am I
It's
like?
this funny thing where we get this from women and where women get this from women and men, right? So like women who speak confidently and are like, confident and kind and everything get this hatred from women, and then also women get it from men just for being women. It's really fun to be us.
I can only imagine. Sounds like a thriller.
Rav, if that song gets stuck in my head, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something.
It instantly.
It's after midnight, so Actually, it's not after midnight. It's only 11:52 for me. So.
Yeah, right. It's not after midnight. Not even for you.
No, it's definitely after midnight for me.
Thriller. He made Thriller.
There he goes.
Sorry. This is what they do, folks. They sing.
This is what they do.
So speaking... Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, we're up to 29,000 likes, and if we all just tap that screen a little bit more, I bet we could break 30K in no time, probably.
So, fun fact about
50K before the next hour if we really wanted to.
So
I appreciate all the tapping and sharing. Go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah. So real quick, fun fact about one of Michael Jackson's songs. It's They Don't Really Care About Us. That song, there's a part in it when you're listening to it and it sounds like they're scratching the record. In that part of the song, he's actually dropping the K slur towards Jewish people. And instead of recording it, they just decided to put a sound effect over it.
Gross.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, childhood ruined.
Well, so we have a diner here that's like a 50s style diner. And so they've got those like old record style jukeboxes like on the tables. And my wife went to play it. And I told her before, I'm like, this song, whenever you listen to the scratch in it, if you actually listen to it, you'll hear that there's the K slur in there towards Jewish people. And this diner made it a point to go and try to get like the older versions of the song. So if you ever get a chance to find like the original version of the song, which this diner had, it doesn't have it scratched out.
Because Idaho, right?
Yes, probably because of Idaho.
Don't talk about yourself that way. Don't talk about yourself that way.
That's awful, Cyber, but that's actually like because I know where this is. That's also hilarious and so on brand.
Hello.
We
Can you
are
hear me?
off topic, so let's get back to Ja. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2006. This month.
Hey, bed.
Hello, professional. Can I get your age for TikTok
just,
TOS?
or I am going to turn 21 in a few in January. So I'm 20.
Okay. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh, you meant in that type of way? Oh, yeah, I'm Christian, but I was thinking a different thing.
You can't question your Christian beliefs.
What do you mean? I wasn't even gonna be on the religion, the topic of religion, but
I see. What does it mean to question your beliefs?
to question your beliefs is to ask questions about your beliefs
Just to ask questions about it.
and try to find answers.
Do you question your own beliefs?
Do I question my own beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, but religious. I don't
Seriously, didn't
understand
think
because
this would be about. Sorry, you didn't think this would be about religion at all, seeing Jesus in the background.
honestly, I didn't even see Jesus. I just seen the school thing, and I thought it was like you know, whatever belief you believe in, like in any type of situation, not just religion, but I mean, if it's religious, then not sure.
Can you question your religious beliefs?
What belief did you expect to be questioning?
He didn't have one in mind. He's trolling.
Are you asking me?
Apparently not.
Both sizing is requesting to be questioned today.
Both siding wants to be questioned.
Yes.
Wants to be questioned. Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Interesting. Hello, both siding.
Hello. Let me adjust my volume real quick.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
I gotta mute you, Rav. You got a lot of background. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do not.
Why not?
I think it's because I operate on a different framework. And I've been really sitting around trying to figure out how to explain my beliefs. I know if I would have explained it before, I would have been kind of Phil Bro, because it's a system of methodological naturalism. I really do kind of put science into practice all the time. And I don't really hold beliefs so much as I know things with levels of confidence. I have a toolbox of epistemology, and I carry around the tools that are labeled truth and knowledge, and they are only good tools in so much as they are useful.
What do you mean by useful?
Well, like, I know things like my car will start. That's a tool that I carry in my pocket. I know my car will start, and I know it until it doesn't. I have a level of certainty until I'm shown otherwise. And I test my beliefs, my knowledge, my truths every day. And the more I test those truths, the more confident I am in them. But my knowledge is also more of a hypothesis than a conclusion, because I know that there are reasons that I can encounter for the failure of my knowledge, like the car starting. I know there are other reasons that the car won't start. And as far as a God goes, I have not found it to be a useful tool. I've received manual upon manual and guidebook upon guidebook, but I've never actually encountered the tool labeled God, and I've never been able to apply it in a way that is useful that other tools that are in my box aren't, the other things that I know.
Are you saying God's not a tool?
I'm saying it's not one that's ever been useful to me, that can replace any.
I was trying to be funny. Yeah, sorry, dude.
You're great.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I tend to take things seriously to a point until I know we're playing around.
Yep, no, I know. I'm similar. I set you up to fail. I apologize.
That's all
Have
right.
you met Rav?
Yeah, no, of course.
Well, that's me too. You got to meet me. You know, I'm involved in the situation. But yeah, and of course a little nervous. I feel a little exposed up here trying to explain this. Hopefully, I'm being understood well.
Very well for me.
Have you done this before, besides me?
I've been watching
For a long time.
theological debate, theological discussion, philosophical discussion. I mean, I could easily sit here and explain to you the Karl Popper or Kant or any philosophy
I meant
that
up here.
helps. Oh, up here? Yes, I've done this. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, it's okay. What are you questioning? Like, what is the thing? Like, most of the time when somebody who is here often and is friendly to us, like, asks to be questioned, there is a consideration, there's something they're tossing around, right? I do this too.
I'm questioning if my framework makes sense to other people, or if maybe I'm not using a good toolbox. Maybe there's some tools that I'm missing, or maybe I'm making assumptions that I shouldn't. I'm constantly questioning myself. My biggest problem is that whenever I go into these discussions, I come in with sort of an imposter syndrome, that I'm going to be stating things more confidently than I should be.
Are you afraid of I don't know?
Not really. I don't know is when my truth or my hypothesis encounters something that could allow it to change and be something else.
If I asked you if there, okay, so I'm gonna ask you, is there a chance that there are any gods that exist of any kind?
Now, according to the framework that I use, no. But according to other people's frameworks, that would be more of a possibility. I have a high epistemic certainty, a high level of confidence from all of the discussions I've watched, all of the understanding of the theological texts that I've read and heard discussed, and I've been listening to some deep conversations about it, that there's really no reason to posit that under Bayesian analysis. There's no prior that says that there's a God there unless you start with the axiom or the presupposition that it should be there.
Are you familiar with negative theology?
Let me think. Please go ahead and explain.
It's just it's making claims what God isn't, which again does, I think, maybe support the presupposition that God is or exists. But if you also begin with God doesn't exist, that is also a presupposition. I think agnosticism is really the only non-presuppositionalist sort of tact. And
Great. So, sorry, I was trying to land a plane, Rob.
oh fuck, sorry, I didn't realize you were still questioning. I apologize. Sorry.
Uh, well, so what I was getting at there was, I am almost never looking for an answer when I ask a question, right? You have heard me talk enough to know that this is likely the truth. But I was looking for an I don't know when I asked that. Because if you're looking to reevaluate your framework, starting at I don't know and then working out to what you do know might be the best way, and being really honest about what you don't know, right? I don't make any claims that there is no gods, except for the only claim I would make about no gods is that the Abrahamic God as written about probably doesn't exist, but that's the farthest I'll go. I don't know. And I think that we get so bogged down in the science and the philosophy that we forget that we don't know some things. And because there's evidences either which way, and there's logical frameworks, and it's easy to look at things like this and think, okay, this is the conclusion I can draw. But at the end of the day, morality, determinism, God, we don't know these things, and we likely never will.
Well, the thing about that is that would just completely destroy my framework if I would just take something that it was as unfalsifiable as a god and accept that it has a probability. Then any probability is possible. A unicorn could come through my wall right now. The earth could split in two in 5 minutes for no reason whatsoever. It just goes against every
Those things
understanding that
could
I
happen.
have of the world.
The likelihood of those things happening is extremely low, right? Like extremely low, but they could.
But not miraculously and for no reason. Yeah, the probability is nil in my framework.
Well, let me ask a question. Keep in mind, I'm an atheist as well. What is your strongest argument for there not being a god?
Probably that it seems to be a empty signifier, or maybe a floating signifier. It carries no inherent meaning, and there's no one agreed upon definition or near consensus definition of what a god is. So I would have to lean on an atheist framework and say, I don't even know what the hell we're talking about to even have the proposition. I would have to have something meaningful presented, as in it would have to be available for me to test against reality in some way.
Okay, that's going to be my next question is, have you ever heard of atheism? But it seems like you have, so.
Really quick while my mic is working, because my signal's trying to cut out. I've got to think. Fairy Queen, Philly Red, Shell, Jimmy B, Rav, also Tex, Jade, Heather's Descent, Danny, Grax, Squiggles, and Everlasting Godstopper for the last.
And just like that, the mic cut out.
Thank you so much.
Both side thing, it sounds like you realize that you might be excluding some things from this framework. Like this framework that you have might kind of close you off to certain things, right?
Yes.
So I asked you if I don't know was scary to you, and you said no. But then when we kind of got into it, it kind of changed to a yes. Do you hear how it did that? Do you hear what I'm hearing? Please
Well,
correct
I
me
was
if I'm wrong.
trying to say that would be scary, as in a sense that it would just completely break every understanding of anything I ever had to say it.
Why?
To that question. Because I have that I have no idea what it even is, like what it would even be to begin with. You're asking me, why would I say that blah 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 couldn't exist? And I am telling you because what I know what people talk about, and I know that people point to their finger at a concept, but it's never been nailed down as anything that could exist, unless
Do
I take
things
their
that you
framework
don't know
on.
about exist?
Things that I don't know. Yes, I mean I would have to say yes,
Okay, so why is this any different?
because I can't. What is it to say that they exist? If I don't, I could say that anything. I mean, what are we even talking about? Things that I don't know exist. What are we referring to?
Rav, bars. Rav,
Me?
you're muted because
I can't posit that something that I don't
you're
know what it
whatever
is
you're doing tonight.
exists.
Cat,
What?
you're cutting out.
It's not that it's not that it's something that I don't know. It's something I've been explained to, but there is no, like, as I would say that anything else exists. There's no positive affirmative information that has shown me that it is something that would exist.
You're clicking, Rav. You're fucking clicking. I can't handle it. Thank you. Sorry.
The loot is back.
Just be what the loot is back. Just because you don't know or cannot know what it is, does that mean it cannot exist?
Again, this seems like a trick question almost. Like, you're talking about unknown unknowns.
Yeah,
How
so
do I know what I don't know that I don't know?
yeah, so Kat, are you familiar with what? Well,
That's
Kat.
nonsense.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. That's just, I don't understand what that would mean.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not like two ships passing in the night. Kat, are you familiar with ichtheism?
Yes.
Okay. Some people don't. So okay, you're good. Keep going.
I'm saying that I may just be using a different framework, and that's what I'm trying to explain. Is that my I don't really hold solid things as much as beliefs, but I have confidence in truths. To call it a truth is to say that I have a high level of confidence. It's a tool that I've tried to use or that I've applied daily, like as in anything else that I encounter. Some are tested
I
more
think
regularly than others, and the ones that I don't have access to, like multiverse and things like that, are just not really a possibility as much as it's things that could be a possibility if more information develops.
I think that these are good tools that you're using. I think that there is I think that you use these tools in a way where it sounds like degrees of P, right?
Yes, it's not everything is 100% solid, but some things are pretty close to that level, and other things are just completely untenable.
So what if let's say a not God untenable thing happened? What would that do to your framework?
Not God, like something that violates my framework.
Something that you have classified as untenable, like I'm stepping outside of God right now, like outside of God, something that you have classified as not like as an untenable thing. What if this thing suddenly became a thing, like it happened, how would that affect your framework?
I would have to adjust my framework.
Would
I
that
would
make
have
you
to.
adjust your framework for all things that you have counted as untenable?
No, just that one particular thing. I would take the evidence for that thing and I would evaluate it using the tools that are in my framework, such as science, psychology, um, evolution, just mainly the different sciences, really, neurobiology, I could go on, but
So
neuropsychology. Sorry.
so this would show you that this wouldn't indicate to you that there's a flaw somewhere in the framework, that an untenable thing got, like something that could happen, got through your scrutiny, and
That's
I'm
not what my
sorry, words
systems.
are escaping me.
Go. That's not really what my system's
No, I
about.
just
As so much as once something becomes evidential, like once I have something that it has been brought into my sense experience, into my personal framework, then I will reevaluate accordingly. But it's going to be based on the tools that I use. Science I use daily, like evaluation, the cognitive framework of biases. I analyze everything using that. I look at my own questions for logical fallacies. I question myself rigorously. And the tools that I haven't found useful are like a soul or spiritualistic ideas, because there are additional things that could be added to the framework, but they don't explain anything that within my experience as well as the science does. And they really offer a dead-end explanation for inquiry. Like once I've decided it's a soul, I really don't need any other explanation. But that's not how my system works.
Did you have a follow-up, Kat?
I did not know. I was actually about to ask you for help, because I think, and maybe I'm not going down the right path here, but I think that you probably understand what I'm trying to communicate, and I'm not communicating it that well.
You're trying to see if he leaves room for the possibility of the impossible.
Or yeah, kind of. Yeah, or just being wrong, or what would cause
What he would consider
a
the impossible.
reevaluation. Yeah, what would cause a reevaluation of the things that he would consider impossible.
Let me give you some examples. I constantly have spent my life questioning theological ideas, and I'll encounter things that they bring up that immediately set off alarms, and I don't accept it. And I found out I was making an error. What I was doing was I was accepting their explanation of it without going to the actual scientific explanation. And so I was just outright rejecting some scientific propositions as nonsense. And I had to look more rigorously into the science to understand why I was rejecting this idea. And that was early on in my life. And it usually turned out that their explanation wasn't quite what the scientific explanation was, or the opposite. But that's how I apply my system of knowledge and truth, my toolbox.
But what would
like
what would cause you what would cause you to upend that?
My entire framework or my toolbox. it would be something pretty catastrophic. But most likely, most things, if I was physically able to, or if I was in a state of being able to, outside of how catastrophic it was, I would probably seek psychological or cognitive help.
Have I asked you what would convince you that a God exists?
At this point, it would have to be. It would have to be something that the God would know. Almost nothing really outside of. Well, I know if I had a brain injury, I've seen people who have with dementia and things who have started adopting systems of belief, so I can't exclude that. But my confidence with the God is pretty high that it would probably be something that somebody else would consider a psychological break if they hadn't experienced it too. So it'd have to be a consensus among me and everyone else that it was what I was experiencing, and it would have to be testable and measurable. Like,
at what point in, let me rephrase it, because I always phrase it the same way, and I don't know why I'd change it. Would you worship a God just by nature of it existing if you were convinced?
well, depending on the God, I may not have any choice to. By my understanding of what people have said about the things that they conceive of as gods, it would just be based on whoever's understanding of a God that was explaining it, I guess. But, I mean, I don't know what that would mean. I don't think I've ever really worshipped anything in my life. That's kind of part of my system is eliminativism, and worship is kind of a word that's applied to another framework that I don't use called theology. So it really doesn't make sense to me anyway. I mean, it could be a service that you're referring to, or it could be, prostration. It could be sacrifice. There's just all kinds of meanings that other people take out of it. I mean, I've seen what I would call celebrity. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we lost Cyber. I guess he didn't have any questions.
I've seen what I would call celebrity worship, though, and that's not something I would lend myself to. But I do operate in a very different framework from most people. I try to be honest about that.
Can I ask you both sides? Why did you request up today?
I wanted to see if I could explain myself to you, or if I had anything that I couldn't explain, that I could question more, that you could maybe tell me what I need to look at, or maybe I'm being more pretentious about my understanding of the world than I need to be. Maybe I should be more humble. I wanted to see if I didn't have any answers. Or
where do you find yourself being humble?
In the idea that I'm willing to update my beliefs whenever I have misunderstood something. Like, and I'm saying some categories more than others. Social explanations, explanations of higher sciences. Um, but I kind of have a different concept of, I guess, social categories. I think I'm losing the question here and I'm kind of just going off. I've been a little nervous to do this too. So, I was afraid that I might come off as pretentious, or if maybe I didn't explain myself clearly.
You come off as a little bit certain in your framework.
It's a well-tested framework. I mean, I test it constantly. And I think most people take a lot of things as intuition that I would consider constant testing. Like even just turning on the light switch, turning on the water, being able to exercise, just anything is constantly being questioned in some things more than others. So with others, I hold more confidence. But I have spent 30 something years exploring religion and theology. So it's been well tested.
So it's funny that I agree that you kind of come off as very certain, and the question that I'm about to ask you seems to be directly opposed to that. But is it possible to be too uncertain? Is it possible to question too much?
Like I said, I do have imposter syndrome, so a lot of times that's kind of why I'm doing this, is because I may be just saying things that I'm misunderstanding, or I could just be incoherent. But I want to test that against other people.
So if you then why do you have the degree of certainty that you have about some things?
Because that's one of the things that I test the most, because of mine. It's kind of an axiom that constantly reasserts itself, that whenever I re-explore it, it presents itself as more true. I don't know how to... I don't know if I'm explaining myself well. I guess mainly I want feedback and to be able to see if I don't have any answers for questions. Maybe there are questions that I haven't thought of.
Do you think that you have answered all the questions you have thought of sufficiently to your like, do you have sufficient answers to all the questions that you've thought of?
I'm Yes, the ones I've thought of, but like I said, other people may have think of questions that I haven't thought of, and that's the reason why I want to talk to other people about it.
Do you think that or do you think that this landing on the conclusion that you have sufficiently answered whatever question closes you off to the possibility of a better answer or expanding upon the answer to that question? Like if you have a question that is answered sufficiently, are you going to keep finding more or better answers to those questions?
Yeah, yes, and I think I think I have question to my certainty, but I think my worry is that my certainty is only reliable in my system as much as it could be tested against other people. And I don't meet many people that hold the same framework as I do, so that's very difficult.
Why do they need to hold the same framework that you do?
Internal critique, like a lot of people in theology and in science and in philosophy like to conversate between each other to see if their own system can hold up.
Does it matter if your system holds up to anybody but you?
Yes, because that's one of the criteria of my system is intersubjectivity. For everything that I experience, I have to be able to demonstrate that it is true. Otherwise, it's unfalsifiable.
But why does it matter to anybody but you?
Because I live in a society. If I lived alone on an island by myself, it wouldn't. But I have to interact with people. And if they don't understand my beliefs and I can't express myself, then what am I doing interacting with anybody at all?
Does an understanding of your beliefs, like, dictate the meaningfulness of an interaction?
Yes. If I don't communicate myself well, I feel like the interaction didn't go well.
Right, but does that necessarily mean that, like, just words again?
Sorry, I'm very
No,
literal.
it's not you. It's me looking for the words to communicate and express what I want to say, right? It's me not being able to express and communicate my thoughts coherently at this moment. I need a minute, Thrayle, to gather my thoughts.
While you take a minute to gather your thoughts, let me thank everybody for getting us to 41,000 likes. Appreciate y'all for tapping the screen. There's 110 of us in here. If we all keep tapping, I bet we could break 50K in the next 10, 20 minutes. Something like that. I'm sure of it. I've seen evidence, at least.
If an interaction doesn't go well or somebody doesn't understand what you are saying, is that completely on you? Like, are you?
No, not always. I'm sorry.
No.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead. Yeah.
Not always. I do understand in cognitive science and behavior science and what a dishonest interlocutor can be, and I do go back and try to reevaluate the way I communicated things and maybe the words. That's why I'm using the toolbox analogy. I like to use analogies, and I do understand that some people have difficulty with analogies, so I'll try not to use that. But I didn't want to come up here with philosophical language that would be difficult to understand.
I much prefer the analogies to philosophical language, so thank you. And I think you knew that, and I appreciate it. It seems to me that it does, like, Thrayle, if this is the point where Thrayle would usually say, does it matter to you if your beliefs are true?
But it does.
But it clearly does.
That's part of the framework.
It clearly matters a great deal, yes.
It's like why there is a toolbox.
So, and we are also, the toolbox also explains how we determine what the truth is, right? Because that's the thing I would ask after that.
Correct.
Right. So you came up here, toolbox fully loaded, fully prepared, knowing the questions that we were going to ask you.
Actually,
Which is
I would like to state that I did not. I do listen to the show and I sit down there and I think about before I come up, that's why I don't come up a lot of times. I consider exactly what I'm going to say to all the answers the questions that are posited constantly. So I wanted to come up here and let you lead the conversation. There are answers I wanted to give you that I did not because it's not a direct answer to your question and it would be going off on a tangent that's unnecessary.
What answers? Give me one of them. What did you want to say to us that you have not?
Um, Part of the reason why I've developed this toolbox is mainly because of the problem of philosophy itself. Since the Enlightenment happened, there was a series of events called the Post-Enlightenment. And it was thinkers like Kant and Foucault, and I think what they were trying to do was maintain the theology and the scientific beliefs by creating what were called worldviews, which is kind of known as perspectivism. And then people could carry around my truth and your truth, and everybody could have their own version of the truth. That way, the systems were not incompatible.
And why did you want to talk about that?
I think it's important to these conversations to think about, because I do fully support this live and I love it. I love all of you and you do great work and I appreciate what you do. And I want better tools for communication. I want less dishonesty. I want people to actually look at themselves and see if the things that they hold as knowledge or beliefs are actually hurting them or helping them.
And in what way do you think we might accomplish this? Like, do you have an idea of how we accomplish this?
With a better understanding of language. I've been looking for forms of psychology that address this. I've been spending a lot of time with DeepSeek looking for resources that can help me, and I intend on taking some classes that are based on questioning and addressing biases and understanding how to without harm and maybe without just stripping someone of the tools that they use and maybe supplying tools at the same time for reasoning and logic and understanding and cogent conversations.
Why are you pursuing this?
Because I live in a world where I don't get to make choices for other people. So I would like to help them make better choices so I can live a better life.
How will them making better choices lead to you living a better life?
Because the world will be a safer, cleaner, and more advanced place to live in. We will put our efforts towards. Oh, I'm going to sing you a utopia if you want to hear it.
How do you know that this will be the result?
Based on knowledge from testing, I've seen lots of things that were used to keep us safe retracted because people believed that they weren't useful. Clean water, clean air policies, because of the systems of beliefs people hold, that this is a temporary place, that it's all going to end, so we don't need to take care of it. And why should I bother leaving it in a better place than it was when I arrived if everybody's going to the same place in the end?
Mm-hmm. you just kind of like it just kind of struck me a little bit. I just kind of got a little. That's that's what I always say. Like my goal in life is right. Like that's all I want to do is leave this place better than I found it.
If anybody wanted a meaning or a purpose, I don't see what other purpose there could be for humanity than that. I mean, we arrived here and we gave the earth plastic, but I don't want to get on a soapbox up here, you know?
I'm about to have to stop you preaching.
Yeah.
It is a noble, it's a noble venture, right? This is like a thankless thing that we've tasked ourselves with, that it might be impossible, but it is a worthwhile task.
And I see you guys up here trying to accomplish this task. It's what I take from it, to get people to think for themselves without just relying on what the society says or, what an authority says. And I appreciate it.
You got it. Part of the reason why it's so hard to question you, for me at least, is because I may not put the same names to it or the shape, but I carry a very similar toolbox.
He does.
I thought
absolutely
you might.
Does.
That's why I can't question you.
Mm-hmm. I remember the last time I tried to question you on the panel, and yeah, I met an impasse.
You are very difficult to question, which is kind of why I stopped questioning your toolbox and started questioning your intentions.
I appreciate that. Any angle you want to question me from, I appreciate it. Because that's the only thing that seems to matter to people is I see these names of users all the time. The truth, capital T truth. But what is truth if we don't all share it?
Mm-hmm.
These are good questions.
They're really good questions. Both sides, I appreciate you so much coming up and submitting your toolbox to questioning. Frankly, right now, I don't know how. And if I come up with any really good questions for myself, then I'll know to ask you too.
I would appreciate that.
Next time one of us asks you a question that stumps us, Thrayle, let's like note it or that stumps you. Let's note it to ask Poseidon as well.
I was afraid of coming up here and maybe coming off as preachy, because I do have a vast array of tools to draw from, and I don't want to feel like I'm just slashing down ideas or propositions. I wanted to be as open as I could about this.
I think you have the advantage of like us having some like level of rapport and knowing with you, and so you were not super highly at risk for that. I don't think, because I think we have some level of understanding that was not your intent.
Well, I do consider you my peers, and you know who the others are that pass through here. I could mention so many names. And this is why I appreciate this room, and I always come back here, is because there are other people who come up and do the same thing. And that's why I sometimes appeal to other atheists to do this, because I know I wouldn't even consider myself an atheist in my framework, but as it applies to theology, I know there are other people who would come up here and benefit from the process, because not everybody arrives at the same conclusion for the same reasons. And that's what my framework is about.
So I've said this I've said this many times actually, but I say often that like Thrayle and I are probably the most agnostic people you'll ever meet, but in two completely different ways. He is very logically agnostic, and I am very emotionally agnostic, meaning that like the stances we do take or the conclusions we draw are gathered from logic for him, and emotion for me. And this does lead, like, even though we're both very, very agnostic on many things, it does lead us to vastly different conclusions most of the time, right? And so that is very true. People, just because we're all agnostics or we're all atheists or whatever, does not mean that we will draw the conclusions in the same way or for the same reasons. And it can lead to very meaningful discussion.
That's why I value this space. It opens a room for people to question themselves, and maybe in questioning others, they might find places of their own reasoning that could be addressed.
Well, we often do.
But I rarely come up here because Thrayle he asked, if I type the questions that I want to ask most of the time, it's going to look like an echo in the comments. And I don't want to make it look like he's reading my questions or I'm just repeating what he's saying.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do read your questions, though. And
you ask good ones.
And they are great. They are really
but,
good.
I appreciate you saying so. And that's what we seek as humans. That's part of it, is external validation. And that has been so hard for me to find. And this TikTok has allowed that. Before, really what I saw was a space of two wars going on and these debates and people just butting heads and never really doing anything but sophistry or rhetoric, what I would consider sophistry or rhetoric, making category errors. But I mean, I digress. I've spent a lot of time watching. Yeah.
Sandwiches everywhere.
That I know, and I've like examined that analogy and applied it to so many different things in so many different ways because it is everything.
It's beautiful how even in trying to use it absurdly, it takes on meaning.
But I think I make distinctions that people wouldn't because I have a little bit of a bigger toolbox, and I think my biggest the humbleness that I am sharing up here is actually in some of my claims that I make and exposing myself as what would be called what would be considered by others as being pretentious or being dishonest, just to see what kind of response I get and if there's any questions that could change that.
I don't think you're pretentious or dishonest.
Because
I would listen to you read out the philosophy book again if you ever decided to do that again.
I might. I thought about that. It's one of the things I wanted to do, but I was trying to figure out a way to still be engaged with an audience and read philosophy, because the words do sometimes take a lot of thinking to. It can be like translating a different language whenever you're talking about it.
If you want to do it again and not just read it, I'll ask you questions in the middle of it. I'll just come up and ask you fucking a bazillion questions. So
I would be willing to do that any day that I have available. I will let you know.
Just let me know. My schedule is flexible, to say the least. The very least. The absolute least.
Both sides, you are welcome to join us for questioning anytime. I think we are ready, though, to move on and see if we do have a believer in the queue. I don't know, because they're so often ghosts. But if you'd like to stay, you're welcome to.
I would appreciate that, and I thank you so much for questioning me. Thank you for all the questions, sincerely. And if you ever have any others, I'm right here.
Absolutely. I wonder if Philly has any questions, or is she?
I think Philly might have gone night-night.
We'll let Philly down. But yeah,
Good
W's
night,
in
Philly.
the chat.
Should we give her some
Look
sleep
at all those
affirmations?
W's.
Look at all those W's. Do you have
So,
any questions to ask me or Thrayle? Or I'm opening Thrayle up to questions when he didn't consent to that, so I mean, you'd have to ask for his consent, but...
I'll let you get one if these are ghosts.
It's a strange thing trying to question yourself whenever you've done so much questioning. Kat, the solipsism that you bring up, is it one of your tools that you're using for dialogue, or is this something that you're actually applying to yourself regularly? Like,
Depends on the day.
depends on the day.
It's a thought experiment that I find great joy and interest in doing with myself regularly.
Well, I honestly, I'm always wondered how you're applying it is not so much necessarily as in how you operate in the world, but it's how you consider things that you come across.
That is exactly correct. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We have guests, it seems.
We do indeed. Esperanza, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, hi, I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do and I don't. It's kind of a, a weird thing.
You do and you don't. What do you have a belief in?
So, I do believe in God, but maybe not in the traditional sense that my like I was brought up, basically, I guess is the way to put it.
In what sense do you believe in God?
I believe in the higher power, and there's some things in the Bible that seem to make sense and kind of seem true, but I do question a lot.
So you believe in a higher power, and you believe that there's some things in the Bible that make sense. When you say that, have you read the Bible?
Some of it, but not enough to probably, not enough to say that, like, yes, I know the Bible or anything like that. Like, I know some, but I'm not, like, scholarly on it, I guess you would say.
What in the Bible is true?
I do believe in the creation part. Just because, we all had to come from somewhere, and I do kind of believe in that. Of course, then there's science that kind of tells you a different story, so, I weigh the two, but they still kind of coincide, I guess, in my mind a little bit, just in a different explanation.
In what way?
Well, I mean, evolution has been proven, but I don't know. It's hard to explain. I've been trying to think about how to explain it, and that's why I've kind of jumped in and out, but
Have you read the creation stories in the Bible?
yeah, I mean, the general synopsis of Adam and Eve and, how we all came from them, but
You believe that?
again, yes and no. I my argument on it was, it may have said, Adam and Eve were the first two people, and then science says we came from, primates, that whole thing. And I'm like, well, who's to say that Adam and Eve weren't originally primates, and we just, you're taking from one language to another, and so something can be misconstrued in the process, I guess.
So God would have just made primates.
I guess that's kind of like, who's to say that that's not it, I guess, for sure, obviously. I mean,
well, if you're looking at evolution, why would you stop at primates?
I don't. That's why, I mean, like, evolution has been proven, because, I mean, we've seen species evolve for survival purposes and things, so, we know what happens.
Yeah, why would God create primates from dirt then, and instead of just humans?
That's where I say that they kind of coincide, but they still make me question, because I wouldn't know why unless he wanted us to evolve, to learn things on our own, and to get better, from the bottom up.
So then, in God's image means God is a primate?
He could, from my understanding, he could be whatever he wants to be, so I guess he could be. I know it sounds kind of dumb when I'm saying it out loud, but I mean, they say God is in everything and could be anything. I mean, so who's to say that he is this bearded man in the sky and not whatever he wants to look like?
So, if I'm understanding correctly, you do and you don't believe. It's kind of a give and take on belief. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Or is it all the time you're questioning?
No, I mean, I do question it, but it is a give and take. I do believe, I don't believe, and I know we're not supposed to question, but then why would we be made to question?
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Not really. I mean, at the end of it, and which I commented this like way earlier, but at the end of it, we're all gonna know the truth at the end. We just may not be aware that we know the truth at the end. So I think on some level, depending on how hard you clutch to a belief, it's more of a comfort that there is something past, not being here anymore. In some cases, and in other cases, they, some people just say you go to nothing anyways. So.
What was that, Kat?
Why is that comforting? I'm sorry, I can't figure that out.
To know that there's an afterlife, I guess. To know that it's not uncertain. I guess to some people,
it's the uncertainty that's uncomfortable. Okay.
When someone loses a loved one, the first thing they want to know is, are they somewhere where they're, not in pain anymore, and are they quote unquote in a better life? And it gives them comfort to know that it's not them just going into nothing.
I think this what I'm about to say might be even more uncomfortable than the idea of that person going into nothing. It's the idea. I think it's the thing is that loved one, that person does not exist at all anymore. I think that might be the scarier part.
Yeah. And I think that you said it better than I did, but yeah, that's I agree with that. Is that but that's where they get that comfort from, I guess, to say that they're, sitting on a white cloud somewhere, and, however it is that they believe heaven might exist, or some type of afterlife.
Is it good practice maybe to for us to hold to ideas or beliefs or things that are not true just because they make us feel better?
I guess it would depend on how you do it. I mean, if it's not hurting somebody, then let them have that comfort. But if they're going extreme with it, then I think that's when it becomes a problem. I mean, it's like I might find comfort in a cookie. Doesn't I know it may not be good for me, but I don't know. I guess that's kind of the way I look at it. Like, that little bit of comfort. Okay, I might have it every now and then, but I don't know if I'm making sense. I hope I'm making sense. I'm trying to explain it as best I can.
Does a belief in God bring you comfort?
Sometimes, yeah.
Why? Or how does
Again,
that
it's the
bring...
helping with the unknown and I guess the idea, especially if there's like a bad day or something, that that there's always someone that loves you unconditionally, 100%. Even when you're messing up or something, I guess it kind of helps, but it's not something that I cling to, like to an extreme level, I guess I should say.
Why is the unknown uncomfortable?
It's really not all that uncomfortable for me. It's just kind of, it depends how deep I start thinking about it, where it can get uncomfortable. Just a scary thought of everything that just suddenly being gone and there's nothing. It's so final, and it can be kind of scary to think about that and not think that, because I mean, I don't know if it helps at all. I do a ghost hunt too, so that's another.
Oh, round more of questioning.
Yeah.
I think before we go down that tangent, both Sightseeing has his hand up.
Thank you for acknowledging me. Let's see. Esperanza?
Yeah.
Do you ever worry about the system of belief setting up false expectations? Like, maybe we wouldn't have such a concern about the loved ones not being there if we hadn't set up that expectation to begin with.
Yeah, I would say so.
And could it be more harmful to have an expectation of something that you might later find out isn't true at all?
I guess again that goes to depending on what extreme they take it to, and how it can break someone down or just make them go, well, shoot, I questioned it, I was wrong, I found out the truth, and they go about their day or whatever. But I guess it could be potentially harmful to somebody, yeah, because I mean, minds can be fragile.
Have you, I know this is pretty common, but I'm not going to make any assumptions. Have you ever had a loved one leave you?
Oh, yeah. My grandpa was an atheist, so I've had that side on the family, and that was a whole thing.
Did you maybe meet somebody with a hospice or anything? Or was it that kind of situation at all?
No, just I guess just the what I've been raised with on and off in my life. My dad's side's atheist, my mom's side's Catholic, so I kind of had one extreme and the other on both sides, batting me back and forth.
Did you ever discuss with the atheist side what tools they use whenever someone passes, or maybe what kind of ways they deal with that grief?
Yes, and I talked with my dad about it, and everything's very logical, everything's very scientific, on his side, and he's also a teacher, so he was always pretty good at explaining it to me. Just, like when Grandpa passed and I had talked to him about it, and he was just like, well, he's just gone, and that's just it. Doesn't hurt any less, but he's just gone.
How did that feel to you?
It hurt, but made sense. But then, on the other side, like I said, since I've had the batting back and forth, on my other side, I was still, hopeful that, maybe he is somewhere good. And I talked with that about somebody that was very religious, and they were like, they just straight up said, no, he's in hell burning. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, that's not what I was trying to talk about. I'm trying to learn, but and just get different, ideas. And yeah, that's just kind of where they went with it. And so that kind of put a bad taste in my mouth for a lot of religious aspects, because I get a lot of that when I try to talk about it. As well as I've been told I was the devil several times, so.
Oh, well, Thrayle gets told that a couple times a night, so.
I did hear that earlier.
Did you have more both sides? I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you're fine. I did want to ask, that seems like not really a tool, though, as much as an acceptance of the end of life.
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever discuss any of have you ever discussed the grieving process?
No, I just kind of dealt with that on my own, just the normal steps of grieving process. I really didn't dig much deeper into it. What is it, however many steps it is, the denial and acceptance and all that comes with it. He didn't really talk a whole lot. He just he was, hurting. So he said his piece and that was it. I didn't bring any more up.
So, how does your I want to ask how your alternative compares to those kinds of systems. But I can't really ask you that if you haven't looked into any of those. I don't know if you have anything to compare the theological belief to, do you?
Probably very little, because that's kind of why I stopped on this when I was listening to the conversation, is I'm trying to, learn more, expand my mind on the whole thing, and was hoping to, chat with y'all about it, give you my side, and then go from there. So, because you guys are good at making people question things in a good way,
Yeah. Would you be willing to examine more the other possible ways of dealing with it?
Oh, absolutely. I'm willing to learn and examine all different areas of things. That's something I think that's part of the ghost hunting thing that I do too. I like to examine everything. I like to learn everything I can, as much as I can. It's hard when the closest people you talk to are so one-set-minded that you can't get into this kind of discussion with them without them saying you don't question it.
So you come up against some difficulty whenever you have tried to question it.
Oh, lots. Like I said, the devil, and you're gonna go to hell, and you don't question it, it just is, and that kind of thing. And and I want to know more about all sides of it.
What kind of resources do you think you could find that could help with that?
Probably at this point listening to y'all talk, because trying to find things online may steer you in weird directions that and books would be great if I could find some books on things, but how many things have been, hidden away from us.
Do you have a current way that you determine how things are true?
I kind of just bounce things around in my brain a lot and just question myself. So I don't have a person to really bounce things off of to kind of that would have more knowledge than me. So I just go by my little bit of what I know, and that's kind of all I really have been able to do with it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking for a second because it seems like you're pretty actually open to questioning these things. And I want to give you some good questions. So if anybody else has any, I would like a moment to think about it.
Let's talk about the ghost hunting for a moment.
There you go.
If you don't mind, if you can.
No.
Okay, what do you mean ghost hunting? Let's start there.
I mean, I guess diving into, I like to look at places that people say are quote unquote haunted. And I like to go there and I like to try to communicate and see if I get something, but then I like to turn around and say, okay, now that I've listened and I've done this and looked at this picture, this was light, and and this was, until I find something that I can't actually explain. I would have like better stuff. I can only go by, well, I can't explain this, so what do y'all think or something,
Why do you do this?
Probably because I grew up on horror and it always fascinated me, and I've always enjoyed it, and it was just always something I wanted to do. Like my dad used to tell me scary stories all the time as a kid, and make up stuff, and so to me I guess it's kind of a thrill, but it's
valid
also
to do something just because you like it. Like that's totally cool. Do you really like? Do you have any belief that there is actually something there? In any of this time?
I do, just because I mean, we find stuff all the time that we didn't know was out there in the world and the oceans and things. So who's to say that there's not still something there that we can't see necessarily, and or we only know a little bit about? I think a lot of it is fake and staged, though, so it's hard to find real things. But I think there's stuff out
Real
there.
things.
Yeah, real, well, yeah, quote unquote.
You've done ghost hunting. Have you found any evidence of something you would call a ghost?
Kind of. I mean, I have gotten voices when there was absolutely nothing there, but again, I also go, well, if with it being a recorder, could the wind, with them being so sensitive, the wind move a certain way and I'm hearing what I want to hear because I know the brain can do that, but at the same time, it's still a possibility, and I do get excited and say, okay, this definitely could be something.
Do you want there to be ghosts?
Funny enough, yeah, actually I do. I guess that's my twisted mind that it entertains me for some reason, and I enjoy it, and I think it'd be a neat thing to have, to know that there's spirits out there that you could talk to and be like, oh, well, what happened to you? Tell me your story, or whatever. But that's, I don't know, I guess it's the thrill factor. It's just such a big thrill factor for me. And
You're kind of
finding
reaching,
something like that'd be cool. I know, but it's that's all I got with it. I mean, I do.
Oh
I do.
no, I wasn't
Oh.
talking to you. I was talking to Thrayle
Oh.
over there with his
She
background.
said spirit, not soul. You're right.
Oh, I didn't see it change.
I created a background monster by suggesting maybe he try Gemini one time, and now here we are.
That's awesome. Earlier that it was evil, right?
Yes, yes, much
Clearly
evil here.
demonic.
I have this understanding, like, okay, so like I love the whimsy too, right? Like that's what this comes down to, right? It's like there's this whimsical thing about it that is very endearing. And I also love the idea of the whimsy, and I love the I love it. But does that mean it's necessarily like a good way to build a framework for belief?
I would have to go with an I don't know on that one. I always go with things like that. I always go with it's always going to depend on a person, just because I mean, you know, so many things can be taken and go to such extremes that it's crazy. But mostly it's just an I don't know.
Do you know what a soul is?
I have an idea of what a soul is.
What is
I mean, the thing that inhabits your body and floats around is basically my only understanding. It's I mean, you know, from a religious point it's one thing, and then, you know, there's other things that saying there's no such thing as a soul, and that's again where I'm like,
Do you believe there's a soul?
I don't know.
I don't know is a fine answer.
Yeah. I am definitely not hard one way or the other on that one.
If spirits or ghosts weren't real, would it affect your belief in an afterlife?
No. 'Cause I don't have any solid idea of what your life is really there or not there, or if there is one, or, you know. So, if anything, it would just, you know, if there wasn't ghosts, I guess I would be kind of disappointed.
Why?
Again, just because it's something that I've always been interested in, and, you know, it's kind of like someone basing their life on trying to find a certain animal that's out there or something, and then they come to find out, oh, bummer, it never really existed.
So when you imagine the ghost existence, they're out there, just like in everyday life, existing as floating entities like Casper, just kind of there in the background.
Yeah, basically.
Incoherently say something that can be heard 5 days.
Yeah, kind of. I know. It sounds kind of.
Waiting for someone to do something
I enjoy it.
so they can get blamed for missing and lost objects.
Well, yeah, that helps me a lot around the house.
Does it sound reasonable to believe it? Or is it just a whimsy?
It's as I've gotten older, I've probably leaned more towards it being a whimsy, honestly. unfortunately. I still find it fun. I don't know if that helps.
It doesn't matter if it's true to, or not to you, does it? I think we asked that in the beginning.
Yeah, because that was kind of a yes and no. Like, it'd be disappointing, but if not, then I guess it is what it is.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Esperanza, but I do appreciate you coming up and answering the ones you did and demonstrating questioning your beliefs.
Well, thank you all for having me.
I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you do come up with any more answers, bring them back to us. We're going to definitely want to question those.
Oh, I plan.
And I cut you off too.
Honestly, like, yeah, like, you can't come up on the backlight and not be unceremoniously dropped for no reason.
I mean, that's not true.
One way or another, you're getting unceremoniously dropped 99% of the time.
Yeah, some people do escape before I get to drop them. Hello, Mr. Existence. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am definitely 30 plus.
30 plus. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
My previous belief was Christianity, and I'm working through deconstruction as we're speaking.
I see. Working through deconstruction. So, do you believe that God exists?
I do, because I'm still deconstructing something that was part of my existence for most of my existence. So I feel like there is a higher being that has been around for a long time that created everything that is.
You feel like there is a higher being that's been around for a long time that's created everything that is?
Yes.
Why?
Because the way I'm looking at reality and how things are designed and working with, for some reason, there has to be a designer for me to be able to operate all these things. That's just my
Can you
conclusion.
think of anything?
Give me a second. Cannot think of anything that is not designed. Outside of my current construct, the only thing that I can think that has not been designed is just the universe itself.
The universe itself.
Yes.
So you think things within the universe have been designed by a god?
By an entity because of the way they are designed. Because scientific, well, I'm answering that one question that you asked me, so I'll let you go forward.
I don't know if there's a delay. I was asking about. I hate when I lose the question, waiting for a response.
Oh, yes, so you said something about a design, right?
Why do you. I think I asked you if there was anything that isn't designed.
No, I don't think anything has not been designed.
How is it you're able to tell What is and isn't designed if you don't have some basis of comparison?
In the beauty of how they are put together.
What does design mean?
Design is something put together in a functional way that actually helps the world go forward.
How are you defining put together?
Put together is just atoms and molecules. We can go all the way to protons and all the
So
way
you're
to the
saying
photons.
so you're saying anything at all in existence is going to fit into your definition of design just by defining it that way.
Yes, I think you're right on that. Yes, I think so. That's my current belief.
Your current belief is that everything is designed because you see everything as being put together, and you assume that everything in existence is put together. Um, why are you making that assumption?
The reason I'm making that assumption is that at the end of the day, well, I read the Bible, I research by reading other manuscripts, and my current conclusion is that I still don't know, unfortunately.
Your current
You
conclusion is that you still don't know how it
Yes.
doesn't. I don't mind and I don't know. But how is it you? Okay.
I think you might have a delay.
Is it me?
I might have a delay.
I
Okay.
think
Once.
no, I think Thrayle has a delay.
Interesting.
Just from the way this conversation is flowing, it appears that way.
Possibly.
Okay. How are we doing right now? Rail?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. So the main question is WTF is Soul, right?
No. That's from a previous guest. I hadn't caught up.
What am I looking at? Is my phone throwing like some holograms? Okay. Oh,
No,
okay.
we're in hell now. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh wow. We have all the partners. Hey, it's a party. Nice. Awesome. Okay. So what is my belief?
The question really is, can you question your beliefs?
I can definitely question my beliefs because I've been going through it. It's called deconstruction.
Why do you still believe in a God?
I still believe in a God because it gives me a scapegoat.
Oh, that was honest.
Because if everything fails, at least I have a chance in the afterlife. That's why I believe in a God.
What do you do with that recognition?
I'm sorry, was that a question to me?
Yes, you recognize that you're holding it for that reason. So where does that lead you?
So it's led me to questioning my beliefs, literally. I'm not trying to be funny here, but yeah, it's led me to questioning my beliefs, all the things that I've been learning. What does it really
Is
I
mean?
may,
is
What
I
does
may
it
having a
really
frame the
mean?
question.
scapegoat? Oh, I was gonna
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kat.
go ahead,
I
go
think.
ahead. I think I was gonna try to reframe it, but if you have a reframing, go
I,
for
I may have I may have framed it poorly. You're welcome, Kat. Sorry, there may be a
it.
delay.
Is
Yeah, there
is
might be a
having a
delay. I'm sorry.
scapegoat is God being a scapegoat like a really a good enough reason to hold a belief?
Of course. If you don't know what
Why?
happens, if you don't know what happens in the afterlife, you want to hold on to something, and you're kind of
Who says there
holding on
is an
to it.
afterlife?
I'm sorry. Is that a fact or is that a belief? I'm not
I
here
said
to
who
debate, though.
said there is an afterlife though.
Okay. All right. Well, that's just my scapegoat, and that's just why I'm still holding on to that belief, which is why I'm here to question it, because I don't
Right.
think it's there. I don't think it's there.
What, the
But
afterlife or the God?
the afterlife and the God itself,
If you
because the
don't think the
afterlife,
afterlife is there, why do you need the scapegoat?
if I don't think that the afterlife is there, why do I need a scapegoat? Well, the reason is that as a human being, I'm always holding on to something that will make my life significant to some extent. The only thing that makes sense to me is that is whether I believe, which is always not a fact, or I don't, which is just that. But for some reason, I like to take my chances. But recently, obviously, since I'm questioning my beliefs right now, is that I don't have this dilemma that I'm in, which is called reality. So I'm really questioning my beliefs.
Is that really the only reason that holds you to this belief? Is that it's a scapegoat? Because that would be the main thing that we would be trying to question is why you hold it as a scapegoat. And to say that you hold it as a scapegoat because it's a good scapegoat, I don't know where to go with that.
Scapegoatiest scapegoat.
Yeah, the only reason I'm holding on to it is because I actually strive for immortality, which I feel like it's a futile attempt to what is reality, obviously. But I mean,
Why would
I'll
you
love
strive why would you strive for immortality?
because I want to cherish all the memories and everything that I'm currently living forever. My life is not
Why?
bad.
But isn't it a lot more like valuable and meaningful if it's finite?
I'm sorry, Kat. What did you say? Is it more valuable and meaningful if it's not what? I missed that last word.
If it's finite.
If it's finite. I don't think I'm defined by finite. I want it to be infinite. I would.
Right. But what I'm asking is if it's not infinite, does that not make it more meaningful and valuable?
Hmm. Give me a second. Let me think about that actually. That's a very good question. I've never thought about that before.
Thank you.
Hmm. I no, I don't want it to be finite. I actually want it to be infinite.
Well, no. I understand what you want. I get that. But what I'm saying is if it has a limit, if it ends, does that not make it more valuable, right? Why is gold so expensive? This is what the rabbi likes to say.
Oh, we're going to the gold part?
Why is gold so expensive? Why is gold more expensive than sand?
Well, gold is more expensive than sand because you can use gold and do many different things. You can use gold in computer
That's
components. It's a
no.
Use sand and computer components.
Yeah, that's not why. It's
oh,
because
silica. Sorry.
gold is limited. Like the resource that it is limited, right? So it becomes immensely more valuable. Like there's a lot less gold than there is sand on the earth. Um, so if your life is infinite, it's like there is no end. It is unlimited. What is the value?
Hmm. I see your standpoint on that. Okay. Well, I stand corrected then. If it's finite, it has more value versus being infinite. Hmm.
Hmm.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I do
So
stand
in that
corrected.
way,
Hmm.
would you still like it to be infinite if that just devalues it?
Well, if I want to go the way of the Bible, I'm glad that I did not chew from the tree of immortality, whatever they call that tree. That's
Tree
interesting.
of life.
Yeah, the tree of life. Thank you, Trail, Thrayle, Thrayle. Sorry, my accent.
It's okay. It's actually Thrayle.
No.
I'm just
Oh,
kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm
Don't call
sorry.
him that. Do not call him that. You were right. No, no, no. You were right the first time. I'm just kidding.
Cat, you play with me right now. Don't do that. Thrayle. Oh my god. All
I
right.
don't have very many questions for you, Mr. Existence. I guess the last one I have is, does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
It does, because it will determine what happens after everything that I believe is, because everything that I believe is not a fact until it's proven.
Okay, I'll buy it. What is proof?
Proof is something that has been determined. For example, I can say, I believe that it will rain tomorrow. But if I wake up tomorrow and it's not raining, congratulations. My belief was false. It's not a fact. But the fact is, if I say, well, I have a bottle of water in front of me and I want to drink some water because I'm dehydrated. It's a fact that there's a bottle of water right in front of me and I can see it. I can go for it.
What does that have to do with your belief in afterlife?
What it really has to do is in uh I'm in a deconstructing phase right now, right? I don't exactly know where I am. It's almost as good as limbo, and I'm really trying to question my beliefs.
Do you
I'm
feel
trying.
like your answers might be different tomorrow?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Not at all.
A week from now.
I'm sorry. What was that? Thrail or Thrail?
Could your answers be different a week from now?
I don't think they will change. They're just growing. They're just growing. They might be different, but they're still on the same tangent.
What do you think would convince you that there is no God?
The lack of evidence. That is the only thing that would convince me that there is no God. The lack of evidence.
Is there evidence?
I'm listening.
Is there evidence?
Well, just bless you. That's what it sounds like. Other than that, nope. No objective evidence that I can actually grasp on.
What do you think would convince you that a God does exist?
Hmm. Come down from the heavens and speak to your people as He created them. If you claim so, why don't you come down and speak to us? Are we that estranged that you don't want to communicate with us? If we are that defiled, as you claim so, why don't you come and speak down to us and tell us that we are really messing things up so we can make it better? Because for some reason, we seem to be heading in the wrong direction. Why don't you come down? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Would you were just kind of going off on the same thing, but do you think that you would worship such a God if he came down and gave direction, proved himself?
Imagine worshiping such a god for the rest of your life. I don't think so. No. That's my answer, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Can you think of what kind of God you would want to worship?
There is no God, if I'm actually thinking about it. And at the end of the day, I have to be a sentient being within myself and make the decisions that matter the most for the better of humanity, whatever that inclines.
Sounds like that might raise a few more questions, but I appreciate you answering the questions you have so far, Mr. Existence. I think we're going to move on. But
all right, thank you for having
I
me.
hope you keep asking questions.
All right, until next time.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Take care. And if you do come up with new answers, then definitely bring them to us. We'll want to question those too. W's for Mr. Existence in the chat. Sounds like he's on a deconstruction journey, really challenging his beliefs even in real time.
I appreciated that so much. That was good.
Hello.
Hello, Adam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 24.
And do you have a...
I appreciated that so much.
24. Yeah, I believe in God.
Which God do you believe in?
I'm a Muslim.
Have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe everything within it to be true and literal?
Oh, I believe it's all true, yes.
Why?
Well, I have many reasons, like philosophical ones, logical ones, and then why do I believe in the book, or so I can.
Why do you believe the book is true?
Yeah. So step one for me is, what's more probable? Does a God exist, or were we randomly generated? Like, was there design behind the universe, et cetera, et cetera? So once I figure out there is a God, or that's more probable to me, I then look at the three major Abrahamic religions. I've read the text, and to me,
why would you assume that one of the three major religions, Abrahamic at that,
yeah,
are true?
No, I'm saying those are the ones that are more likely to be true, is what I meant.
Why?
Just because of the historical tradition of some messengers, prophets coming, giving revelation to people. Like
What about that makes it likely to be true?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they're just. I mean, they're not popular for no reason, right? I mean,
Do you think popularity equals truth?
no. But popularity means
So why
probably
bring
should look
that
at
up?
this thing. Yes, I'm not a debate bro, so I don't have like perfect answers all the time. But I'm just trying to be honest, you know.
I'm not looking to debate.
Yeah. So, sorry. Your question was, why do you believe the book? So, I test the claims in the book, and to me, I have no issues in testing the claims.
You've tested all the claims?
Sure. I mean, sure. Yeah, I have.
Can you give me an example of a claim that you tested?
A claim that I've tested personally. I mean, what I meant by that is, I found no contradictions in the book. I found nothing, no falsehoods in the book. That's what I meant. I mean,
No contradictions, no falsehoods.
yeah. Whereas like the New Testament has like hundreds of contradictions.
Sorry, I didn't ask about the New Testament.
Well, you asked why I believe this book, right? It's because the other books have these issues that this one doesn't.
You say it doesn't have any contradictions whatsoever with reality or within itself.
Yes, no internal or external contradictions. If you like, if you're gonna test anything, you as long as you understand what it's saying, then yeah, it has no problems.
What do you mean, as long as you understand what it's saying?
What I mean is, like, let's say you take the English translation of a word and make a point like this maybe doesn't seem totally true. If you look at the Arabic of it and do the research that you can do easily, you'll find out there is no problem that like atheists like to bring up, what have you. Do you have a question or?
I was thinking. So, you're saying that the only way that there could...
Do you have a question or?
You're saying that
Yeah, disingenuous understanding or interpretation of the words.
Does it not seem a bit disingenuous to say that the only way the text could be contradictory is if you're being disingenuous? Like it's a kind of blanket off any
Only
criticism
if
of the text.
right, only if the text was actually filled with any contradictions. But if we find the case to be it's not.
So if we found the case to be it was, you would hand wave dismiss and say that's
no,
just
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you have an example already, like somewhere or something, or do you have something we can look at, or?
I didn't have one offhand, but are you saying there are no contradictions whatsoever? You can't think of any?
Yeah, zero. That's the claim making.
So if the Quran said that a man, what is it? The gushing fluid comes from a man's backbone and rib, or between his backbone and rib, that creates life. Does that stand up to scrutiny of medical science, or is that saying something else?
So what is the issue you're pointing to?
Does the fluid come from between a backbone and rib?
So what is the fluid that it's referencing? Do you know?
I guess that I would have to ask you about your interpretation there.
So you don't know. You're just saying it's a contradiction.
No, I'm asking you about it. I'm not telling you about a contradiction. I'm asking you since you didn't
So do you
offer
want me?
any. You don't seem to be capable of questioning or bringing up any questions you have about your beliefs, which is strange you would request up
Wait,
when that's the topic. So I'm
wait.
asking about
Please,
this
sorry.
one.
Did I misunderstand the prompt? Wait, you're saying I have to come with questions about my own beliefs?
No, I'm not saying that. But since you don't have any, and I offered for you to bring any up, I decided to ask you about this. I'm not saying it's a contradiction. I'm asking you if it is. Can you hear the
Okay.
way that
Before we proceed,
questions are phrased?
yeah.
Do you hear
Sorry,
it's questions? You understand
yeah.
that?
Before we proceed, I just want to. Did I misunderstand the prompt that you're asking me what I believe and why, right?
And if you can question your beliefs, can you not do that?
Oh, of course you can. Yeah, you can.
Can you?
Yeah, I mean, I can question them, but I mean, I've already done the process. Like, it took years to get to here.
Are you saying you can't question them now?
I have no reason to now. So if I'm not the right person to talk to, that's fine. But
So why did you request up?
mm, I mean, I just wanted you to ask me questions, but
I see. You just thought it was a interview to broadcast who you are and what you believe and not have any challenge or question applied.
What's a contradiction anyway?
Oh, the contradiction there?
Oh no, I'm just saying in general. I wonder what he would consider a contradiction if.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't have any to propose.
I don't think he knows what a contradiction is. I never really expect to get anywhere with Muslims.
There was
No.
one that one time.
It's happened before. It has happened before. And that's why I don't give up. Oh, yeah, we are. We are. There's nobody in requests right now, so if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. To Tang Jill. Well, when I put question the questioner up, then I might answer a question like that. But for the time being, I'm questioning. Hello, Skater. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
I was just kind of raised not to believe in God.
You were raised not to?
Yeah. Yeah, my mom liked death metal, and my dad was gone, and my brothers and stuff were hardcore punk rockers.
So why don't you believe in God now?
I don't know. Maybe I should.
Why would you want to?
I don't know,
I've done a lot of stuff, you know, like kickflips, all kinds of things, and nothing seems to be working out. You know, maybe God is the right way. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know, when I was considering believing in God, I definitely did some kickflips to figure out if that was the way.
It was about the kickflips, right?
Yeah, kickflips.
Kickflips, man.
Quadruple kickflips in Daytona.
You feeling guilty about the kickflips? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I skated better while everybody was just doing their job. It sucked for them.
So why then would you want to believe in a God if God didn't help
You know, to like get a real job and like belong with society and fit in with everybody and get paid big time.
But you could be doing kickflips.
I know. I miss them.
No heel flips.
Nollie sometimes. Nollie heel flip.
Nollie heel. Gotcha.
A little too many roughed edges on my knees to kind of skate regular, so kind of got to switch it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You could always take a fingerboard to work.
I quit work. I'm retired.
Too many kickflips.
Yeah, I can't lift boxes or anything without my knees going out. Or I got my right leg dislocates and anytime it's physical activity, and left leg's got Osgood-Schlatters disease. Dislocated my shoulder, broke my arm, fractured my cheek. I'm pretty much done.
It's a wonder you can talk at all.
I know. Well, luckily I didn't do a lot of drugs, you know? Like a lot of people did a lot of drugs. Or what are you supposed to say, hugs, right?
Yeah, you're not really
Sorry.
supposed to say that one on tape.
My bad, dude. Rugs. A lot of people did a lot of rugs, and you know, they didn't get the nutrients they needed to do kickflips.
That's true. They missed out on the kickflips.
Yeah, they did. I didn't though. I've probably done like millions of kickflips. I could do a primo to kickflip, or I could do a primo to heel flip while juggling.
This is like speaking Chinese to me.
No, it's American. Skateboarding was invented in America.
What were you juggling?
Balls. 3 balls.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
While primoing, and then I caught the balls and did a heel
like
flip. And then after that, I juggled.
baseballs or like what?
Juggling balls.
Oh, okay.
I definitely played baseball too.
Of course.
Yeah. Baseball's fun. I like watching it. I only like playing it.
So, what might convince you to believe in a God, Skater?
Like some kind of like tiki god, skateboarding tiki god or something.
Skateboarding tiki god, yes. What would convince you to believe in a skateboarding tiki god?
Like a trip to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Like see one of those suicide machines. Oh shit! I said it. My bad.
3.
I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Skater. That was yep. That was something.
Had the boogie board on out of here.
But if anybody actually does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on
Hey, man.
Get a screamy cat.
Hey, how you doing, bad man? You alright?
Hey, Tommy, I need your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do in a way. I was born a Catholic, so like quite. But basically, you know what Catholic is, right? They're like a strict Christian. You know what I mean? And like,
I
so
know what a Catholic is. So what do
yeah.
you believe now?
So I wanted to say, like, do you remember? I don't know if you remember me because I know you're a busy guy, but like a week or two ago, like I was speaking with you about like I have some issues going on, and like you giving me some advice, and like my point was that what like over the last like week or two when I'm speaking with you, and like when I look at the picture on the screen as well, you know, like almost like a devilish face or like I don't know, a skull and crossbones, like I kind of like see the point of it now, like where in the sense that I always used to think that the devil was a bad guy, but the devil is like a police officer. It's like it deals with all the bad people. So what would you say, that a police officer is a bad guy? Do you understand what I mean though? So it's like so if I was to rate anyone the biggest, I'd rate the devil, because at least he fucking does whatever he does. Sorry, he does whatever he does with the bad people of this earth, right?
I think you're being called the devil, but in
Yeah, no, yeah. Sorry, man. I don't mean like that, because I'm not talking about. Yeah, not you yourself. I don't know you, but my point of view is that like I was lost at that point where I thought like, wow, like is it actually like the devil is actually like doing us justice? You know what I'm saying? Like, so how can you call him the devil and say that like he's a bad person or whatever? He's basically like the police of the spirit world. Yeah. So that's where my being a Catholic and beliefs crossed over.
So now you're not Catholic anymore.
I am still Catholic, but with my own ideas and decisions upon it. Sorry to stop you.
The devil is more of a revered character.
Revered? In what sense?
You're kind of
he's
sounding reverential as you're speaking of him now.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like you think that he is some cosmic keeper of justice and, you know, like a cosmic watchdog almost.
Yeah. So
Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know how to put it, but it was just a thought. Like, I've never had that thought come through my life until I went through like quite a serious situation. Then I thought like, is that how it works? Like, is the devil doing justice, or is it actually like a complete terrible thing? That's where it crosses over between whether like I believe I'm a Catholic, and I still believe in God.
Tell me, why do you believe the devil exists?
Hopefully to help with the situation of real bad stuff.
No, not why does the devil exist? Why do you think the devil is real?
Because you can't have one without the other, right? You can't have good without the bad, white without the black.
Why do you think either of them are real?
Because
Devil or God?
To be honest with you, I don't, because it's just so deep, isn't it? And emotion is so deep, and love is so deep, and we always, I don't know. There's so much to it. The more doors you open, the more lost you become. You know, that's the only thing that I found. I studied basically every religion. I tried to be like, I'm in Vietnam at the moment, and like I'm practicing as a Buddhist. I've practiced as Catholic. I've practiced as a Christian. Even my friends in London, they're like Muslims, and they take me to mosque. But I couldn't find the right answers. The more doors I opened, the more confused I was of my religion. And I know that may sound stupid to some people or whatever, or young, or I don't know, but just my experience of what I see. You know, so I thought, yeah, if I'm honest with you, I think one of the most caring religions is probably like Christians, that like people who believe in Jesus. Like everyone else always like fighting over something. Buddhism is not very peaceful. Like you see a lot of fighting out here.
Tommy.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've never read front to back of the Quran, but of Buddhism I tried. But it's like basically only Corinthians. I done the Alpha course.
You've only read Corinthians?
Yeah. And the rest, I just went to church and just listened. Like, I grew up in church and in a Catholic school. But then when I turned like 10, I went into public school. So I stopped studying as a Catholic. You know, my family my family were Catholic, but they wasn't religious. You know, so it kind of like burnt out in my family. Like being a Catholic is like not really a thing in my family. You know what I mean? Like only my grandmother and stuff really cared about it. My mother or my father wasn't really highly religious people, so they just went with the flow. You know, yeah. So, but I consider myself as I'm baptized. I'm baptized as a Catholic. So
why
yeah.
only Corinthians?
Someone give it to me. Someone give it to me. If I'm honest with you, I grew up in quite a hard situation, so I didn't really have much reading material. So that's the only way I could explain it. Someone give me that book, and then I read it, and then and that was it. But at the same time, it's not about that, because through my life, I've collected pieces of the Bible everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like when I'm listening to people, if I listen to this group, you're talking about it all the time. I could just listen in and find out about the Bible daily from people, you know? So it's like, yeah. Why more than the Corinthians? Why would I need to read more?
Well, if you're going to believe in the God, you should probably read the rule book, huh?
The rule book, I was born into it, so I just went with the flow of it. I never thought I had to like read a rule book. I pray my rosemary. I took Alpha course. I took it
rosemary?
Yeah. Well, I could read you my rosemary off the top of my head. You know, but that's not the case. That's not a part of reading the Bible. I've sat there while people read the Bible to me, you know, like through the years, or prayed with people and studied with people and stuff. But you know, I would never consider myself a genius on religion by any sense. But I've practiced at every place. Been to mosque, so I tried to look in and try to work out, you know, but it's quite. I don't know. Yeah.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are real or not? If they're true?
Do you know what it is? I heard this saying. It was like, you'll never meet a man on his deathbed who is an atheist. Have you ever heard that saying before? You know, like it's like everybody when
people who, only for people who don't know any better.
Yeah.
Have you?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Do you think that there's no one?
I don't know personally. No, I do know. There is someone, but I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's God, a new life, we're reborn, or what. I don't know what it is. Like, but something will happen.
No,
we don't just
I was
turn
asking
into
you. Do you not think that there was someone in this world, anyone who's ever gone out not believing in a God? You said
there must have been. Yeah, of course. Of course. But I would believe that. Yeah.
Do you think that they meet the fate that the Bible prescribes?
I don't know. I'd hate to say this. That I don't know, because I don't know. I hope not. In some senses, you know, I don't like purgatory. Or like whatever, stupid like things like that. Like I don't think
Lake of
that.
fire.
yeah, like I just hope that if you tried your best and like that's it, and you just never held no resentment or whatever, you was always tried your best. You can't be blamed, and that's it, and like yeah, if you believe in God or you don't believe in God, do you know what? I'm
It
happy for
sounds
people.
like you have a better moral
Yeah.
system than the Catholic God, at least.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what people say about the Catholic Church, innit? I have no idea what's going on within it, but I do know that the people who were not helped too much. Do you know what I mean? So if you fall into the care of the church or whatever, you're in big trouble. You know what I mean? So that's like, you know what I mean? So that's the only thing. That's the down point. When I was a child growing up and all that stuff was going
Slow
on with
down,
the
Tommy.
church.
Slow down. Slow down. We don't need a whole story.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Like years ago.
Just a quick. If you woke up tomorrow and found there was no reason to believe in a God at all, would that change the way you live your life?
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. No, that's such a that's such a clever quote. But yeah, that's true. Like, if I didn't believe in God, I'd believe exactly the same as I would now. I'd half my sandwich no matter what. So I don't know, you know what I mean, right? I don't literally mean sandwich. I mean like I would half whatever I could to be fair with whoever I work with or whatever I do. You know what I mean? Like it's always 50-50, right? So
I'm not sure what you mean by always 50-50.
Like you'll care for someone and they care for you. Should be like in the real, like not in the real world, but in the best world possible. People would care for each other as much as you care for them. You know. So. Sorry to stop you, man. There's a little like delay when I talk and echo.
It's all right, Tommy. So
the conundrum, right?
Well, I don't know that I have very many more questions for you. Does anybody else have a question for Tommy?
May I try something?
Sure.
Tommy, would you consider yourself a mathematician?
Because I never took the time to call myself a mathematician. It's like calling yourself a builder if you never built a house.
But you know, like common math, right? 1 + 1 = 2.
Of course, yeah.
And I'm going for kind of analogy here. I want to know why you don't think about this with religion, that you don't have. It sounds like you kind of left the education early without the tools of the whole religion. Why would you call yourself a part of this religion if you don't have a full understanding of it?
To be honest with you, I just started trying to study about my religion recently, and before that, I'll be honest, I have some health problems, and that's why my religion has come into my mind. You understand? So that's why I'm asking these questions, like why, or what, or when, or where, or how, or but one that sticks out to me is like what I said from the beginning was the devil. Questions like why, or and was but is he really the bad guy? That was my point in the beginning, right? And but I know, I'm going back to what you said. I understand what you mean. It's like being a Muslim, you never read the Quran. You understand? But it wasn't, I left education early. I began education late. It's the opposite way around. Do you understand? So it's not like what you're referring to. It's the other way around. So like in my later years, I got my education. So I'm actually an electrical engineer, and I'm in Vietnam, and
I do pretty well, but at the moment I've got some health problems, and I'm returning back to the UK, and I've been struggling with my faith. So like I've been just listening in on groups and taking part in this, and because this is quite a difficult topic, to be honest with you, when I talk, I feel like a bit scared. You know
It's
what
okay.
I mean? Yeah, man, that's the truth. When I come in this group and I click,
I understand. I had the same. I had a lot of apprehension about coming up here myself.
yeah,
But
I know it makes me shaky just thinking about it. I'm like, oh my god, man, can I speak? Because I'm scared someone's gonna go, "You're so dumb. Why don't you just shut up?" You
We're
know?
not dumb, Tommy, but we are going to slow you down just a little.
I would like to. I would like to say though, as you say, you're an electrician. I understand how complicated that can be. Can you imagine if somebody with just a understanding of ohms and voltage came in and tried to be an electrician without fully completing the education or the journeyman's? I'm not sure what is required where you're at.
Yeah.
So how would you look to other people who are well read in the Bible when you come to these conclusions?
To be honest with you, you can read every fact, but it's about how you use it within your actual life, though, isn't it? So if you would say, I know everything about the Bible, what do you know about the Bible? And I say to you, I know nothing, then the thing that would come next to somebody who read the whole Bible would be, okay, would you like to know anything? Would that be correct?
Well,
That's the truth, isn't it? The Bible, yeah, sorry.
The question of I have is I don't know. Do you have training program for electrician there?
No, I finished my studies in the UK when I was like 20, like years ago. I've got a civil engineering degree in electrical engineering. I work for the train track.
Was it like a apprenticeship that you had to do, or just classes?
Yeah. Oh no, you start as apprenticeship and you just keep rising up.
Right. What does an apprentice look like to you though, as approaching? I mean, if they told you they hadn't even read the manual completely, they just read the section on ohms.
Yeah.
And now they think ohms are responsible for everything.
Sorry, what's ohms?
Oh, it's not electrical engineering? Did I have the wrong category of engineering?
What are you talking? Sorry, what are you talking about? Homes?
No, resistance.
Oh, resistance. Yeah.
I heard you say ohms.
What did you? I thought you meant I work on the train tracks, not homes.
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood when you said engineering. Well, even the same applies to the train, like you do, with a very limited understanding.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going with it.
Even the same applies to the train. Like somebody wanted to do what you do with a very limited understanding.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going with it. So I know what you mean. Do you know what I mean? Like the 19th is my day, and I hope like my time isn't just, do you know what I mean, wasted. I ain't give up, and I won't give up. That's why I'm traveling a 20-hour journey on a plane, and I can't sleep for longer than an hour.
But
I'm gonna be
so Tommy, your fear is ruling you. So it is, it's ruling
yeah.
over you just now. You're running in fear, and that's fine. That's understandable given your situation. But if you're running in fear, then something has power over you. And that's
You
why
can't
I'm
stop
saying,
it. You
well,
can't
I know,
stop it.
darling, I know. I had a friend that I lost and stuff like that a couple of years ago for something similar. And the same thing I said to him is the thing that I'm saying to you just now. Do not allow the fear to overrule your senses because you give it power.
Yeah. It's hard. I know. I try my best. Everything, even but I'm on like high prescription of everything, and like nothing touches the edge. It feels like you're about to have a date with. Do you know what I mean? It's like every day you're dancing, and just we got a saying in England. It's like you don't wait until the music stops until you stop dancing. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's like I feel like I'm just dancing, and the music's gonna stop at any moment. It's like, just even speak about it, my hands are soaking wet. You know, like I'm like petrified. I've never had to doubt so hard on my religion. You know, I just hope it just ain't all a waste.
It doesn't sound like your religion's bringing you much comfort at all, to be fair.
I'm so far away from it. I haven't even met a Christian in so long. I can't remember. Do you know what I mean? It's like where I am, I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Have you considered paganism?
Paganism. I'm basically a pagan.
Stop laughing at me, Thrayle. This is a genuine question.
Rascal pagan. No, I'm joking.
No, I'm being serious. I'm being absolutely serious. Where your God has you running in fear and filled with shame and all sorts of mad mental stuff that you don't need to be feeling just now. Have you considered paganism, where they believe in an afterlife, where they believe in ancestors, where they believe in something beyond the veil other than some big bad guy telling you what you can and can't do?
Can I tell you something? So, I've got a long backstory, but I have quite a hard backstory. But like one thing that I did do, I was diagnosed with bipolar when I was like 12 years old, right? So when I got to about 18, I was like trying to find answers for everything. I was like, what's going to happen to me? So I found a psychologist who sent me to Peru, and then I drank ayahuasca. And then when I drank ayahuasca, it's highly religious, really Catholic, like rosemary beads, Christian crosses, everything. They're really Catholic, I went through this situation where I left my body almost, I thought it was all nonsense. I was like, I'm such a pessimist. Do you know what I mean? My mum used to say to me when I was a kid, "Oh, you're such a pessimist." I'd be like, I would always think the worst of something. You know what I mean? If something was going to happen, I didn't mean to, but it was just in my nature. I'm like, be careful, you're going to fall down. Be careful, I'm just one of them people. But yeah, I don't. I would. If when you say pagan, if you're a pagan, then you have peace. Do you think that's the truth?
Well, I'm a pagan. I'm a Scottish witch, darling, and when I fully embraced my path and my belief system, I became the calmest version of myself that I've ever been my entire life. Do you know what I mean? But that could be said for people that fully embrace Christianity or Catholicism or atheism. Do you know what I mean? It's entirely dependent and situational in regards to the person.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I find peace in it. You might not, but you might.
Yeah, I tried it. You know what I mean? I've tried years without having religion in my life, and it's not it's because I didn't feel like I needed it. Do you know what I mean? But when I come to the point where I was like, I think maybe I need to start speaking, and I tried to start finding answers. The more doors I open, the more confused I feel. The more people just belittle me on my questions. Do you know what I mean?
Have you heard the saying that like the Abrahamic religions in the UK say where everybody believes in God in the end? Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Do you think that that might be the case for yourself?
yeah, yeah, 100%. That's
Then
what
are you
I
being
don't know. I don't
authentic?
know if you heard us speaking about that, but that's what I said to the boys earlier on.
Yeah.
I said that exact thing.
Are you being authentic then to yourself and your beliefs? If that's where you're at?
I don't know, but I think if my beliefs are following me and I'm doing the right thing, no matter what I believe, I'll be all right. Do you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
like if you're a good person, all you did was try your best. No matter whether you're Christian, Muslim, atheist, you're gonna be all right.
I agree.
I think I know. I hope so. You know what I mean? Because if it's not, well, then this was a painful journey.
Are your beliefs provisional, Tommy?
So can you break that down for me? What do you mean? Provisional, right? Just learning.
No. Is it just like is it dependent on the circumstances?
I don't know, I don't know, because before this happened to me, something happened to someone else who I cared about quite a lot. That put a lot of stress on me, and then I got unwell. Do you know what I mean? No, so like, I don't know whether I don't know. Yeah, it's a hard one to answer, man. Even you, it's hard for you to like. Yeah, I don't know.
If your situation changed, Tommy,
Yeah.
would you still be concerned with the beliefs?
Yeah, I'd hope I'd keep studying, keep trying to understand no matter what. I don't want to think just because I felt like he was knocking on the door and now I started looking and started trying to help and tidy, do you know what I mean? Tidy the house up. Like, that's not how it works, like, in any situation. Do you know what I mean? It's just karma. It's like, I don't know. It's so deep. It's hard to digest, you know, like. But all I do know is, like, even when I speak to you, like, my heart is like in my belly. I'm like trying to just make these decisions. But when I leave this group, I'll be sitting here thinking, what do I believe in? You know what I mean? It's not just like a little TV series that comes on for a moment, but for me, it's like my whole life. So, you know, like, and like, I'm trying my best to try and like explain myself to people, but I'm in like quite a difficult situation. So don't think that I'm like sitting here high or drunk or some silly nonsense like this. I'm just trying
You're
to stay
actually,
awake.
Tommy, you're actually doing a really good, sweetheart. You don't feel like
Thank
you are,
you.
but you really are.
Yeah, I'm trying to articulate in my best way possible, but like I hope that like even when you say you're atheist, if someone was to ask me before I was sick and whatever, what are you? I'd be like, yeah, I'm an atheist, or like sometimes I might even try and deny it. These sometimes when I meet Christians, I'll just say, yeah, I'm Christian, and just so I can get in with them and just be okay with them. I don't want to tell them like my whole situation because I don't think my God cares. I don't care if you're like Muslim, Christian, or whatever. He just cares whether you did right, and that's it. So I can sleep tight. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully, and then that's it. Like, I don't have to. I don't know. I'm not thinking for the worst. I got a chance. I'm not at the end of my rope. I'm sure there's something more that can be done. You know what I mean? So, but it's just worrying, and I just hope I can find the answers. Or if I don't find the answers, maybe the answers will just find me. It turns out it's atheists. I'll see you in heaven. I tell you, he was right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry if I do too much, man. I don't mean to overrun your.
Sorry, Tommy. I have one last question. Does the idea of nothing frighten you?
Have you ever felt yourself like have you felt like you was about like your body was about to give way? you know, like you feel like you're too weak to carry on. You get to like you're about to pass away. I think that's when you can like really feel it, you know. Like, and then if you come back, you carry it, and then you remember it. You know, like I've sat in darkness, like in like some of my surgery.
Nothing.
I remember not. I remember sitting like it was like that movie, like the Rob with Robin Williams in it. It was like the world was just fake, and everything was fake. And when I come back, they were saying that I had separation. I don't know what it's called. That some type of psychological effect from it, where I separated. I don't think anyone's real. And I told we spoke about this before, I think, and like I couldn't open my phone. Like I couldn't remember the password. I couldn't remember who I was, where I was, and like all I remember was that I went to sleep for surgery, and then when I was asleep, I woke up and I was in a red desert, and I was sitting on the cliff. It looked like I don't know, like American desert or something, and then I felt myself just slipping, and I woke up and I was coming back, and then after that, all I could remember was I was so terrified. That's the closest I ever come, you know. Like I don't know what happened or whatever, but I must have.
Could all of that have been in your mind?
Yeah, of course. That's what they said to me. They said we might, like, you know, the anaesthetist. They said like the drugs we give you are very strong, so like you might. Cause I didn't wake up for quite a long time, so like they were like worried. Well, but you know what I mean. Like, so when that happened, when that situation happened to me, that really like made me really scared. Like I don't, and that's why I ask yourself, like, have you ever felt like you fell into the abyss?
Yes, I have.
And did it make you feel like you should start worrying about whether you're religious or not?
No. Like I should drink water and sleep.
Yeah.
So my question too.
Yes.
Okay, so Tommy, it sounds like you're kind of defeated, sweetheart, and I understand why, right? I really do. But have you considered lighting a candle? It sounds like your flame's going out, right? And it sounds like you need to reignite yourself for what's to come. And I think, I mean, it's through a lot of faiths, right? So you've got the Catholics and stuff like that go to church and they light their candles and stuff like that. So you're not technically dipping your toe into paganism. Do you know what I mean? But if you were to look that way, in 5 minutes to just sit and be mindful and sit in the silence.
I'm on my sixth surgery, and I've had cancer. I've had stage 3 cancer, stomach cancer, bowel cancer for nearly 2 years now. It'll be 3 years in January.
Yeah.
You understand? I'm on my last legs. I'm so skinny. I can't get out of bed. I sleep for 20 hours. I'm only allowed to eat powder. You understand? My family, what country is the best to go to, taking out life savings, taking out my what was going to be given to me in the future, like to deal with my problems that I have now. Like in my country, if you leave my country longer than 2 years, you're from England, right? You're from Scotland.
Yeah, Scotland, baby.
Yeah. My mum was from Greenock.
Yeah.
And if you leave the country, yeah, so I've nearly been bankrupt by the Vietnamese government, and now I'm being sent home, and I'm not entitled to free healthcare.
So that's my point, sweetheart, right? So what I'm suggesting isn't going to make your situation any better. It's not, right? But what it does is it gives you mental part of whatever your journey's going to entail. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not kind of some woo way to heal you.
It's a way of trying to bring you some peace and clarity and comfort so that you can do the next part. Do you know what I mean?
I'm doing better. I'm doing better. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where to go from here, Tommy, because
Yeah.
we're very resistant to that because of your situation, which I understand, and I'm not here to shame you for. If you feel the need to believe in something at this point, and it brings you some comfort, then
thank you.
I'm not going to rob you.
I spoke to on TikTok in my life, man. The way you speak is so polite and so eloquent. I really respect you. I appreciate your time, and to be honest with you, I don't waste time. So I'll leave you lot to carry on with your discussion, and maybe I'll drop in and listen in the background if you don't mind.
Absolutely, Tommy. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you very much, bro.
Sweet man.
Thank you, Tommy. And I appreciate it.
Let's get some W's for Tommy in the chat. Absolutely appreciate it. If anybody does have a goal of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not sure what order everyone was in, but I think this person waited for a while.
Oh, I just want to say W Tommy, man. That kind of made me tear up a little bit. But,
watch your predict.
Yes, I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods?
Kind of belief, if that makes sense.
No, what is provisional?
I mean, like, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I don't want to, like,
when you say that,
because it's like I don't want to assert myself by, like, making my belief my identity. Like, my identity, like, I wanted to have, you know, like, how do I even explain? I don't even know how to explain it. Like, if I really think about it.
You don't know how to explain.
And that is seen temporary or, like, open to change. I mean, I don't mean, I'm just, you know. Just, you know, I'm just observing.
What is it?
I mean, I've noticed how things change and grow and just, I don't want to just be fixed on something and then miss out on something else. If that makes any sense.
Okay. It makes sense that you have some kind of fear of missing out, but I'm not sure what you're afraid you're missing out on, because I'm not sure what you believe yet. You haven't described anything that you believe.
Like, is it one thing? Because I just feel like, you know,
not answering
it's just confusing.
Who is your God?
That's the whole idea. I'm seeking.
You're seeking. You don't know who your God is.
I mean, there has to be a higher power.
Why?
I mean, something is happening that is unseen that I can't put a grasp on.
What do you mean?
You know, I want to believe because I don't know what's going to happen after when I pass away. So there's no sense of comfort or certainty. And I really just feel like I'm grasping that I can't understand. And it's like, and I see all these, I see these, I see these beliefs, right? You know, you got all these religions in the world and they all point some way. And then it's like all these, they just collapse. And you're like, well, what do I believe in?
Christianity, well, I've seen flaws in Christianity. Well, you look at Islam, I've seen flaws in Islam. So what do I believe in? I mean, there's something out there.
What do you mean when you say something?
Something that gives hope.
Thank you, Shell, for the glowing jelly. You mean you have hope that there's something?
Yeah, I mean, I have hope that there is something, but that's something. Honest answer, I don't know.
Then
it's just, do I like?
Why say that you believe that there is something at all?
Moment. I mean, it's just belief has become such a big thing or a part of life, and you inherit it in family, and then next thing you know, when you leave the house and you see other people's beliefs, and then I start to question other people's beliefs. And now I see them as something temporary, and it's like, what's really going on? Am I being manipulated? Am I believe this or you're wrong, or believe this or that? So I'm like, I question these things, and that's why I see them as provisional.
Believe in something if you're easily swayed by other people's views and opinions.
I mean, I can hold it, but I can't. If that makes sense. I mean, I can't truly believe in something, but I can hold, I can examine. I mean, I can examine it without asserting anything. I mean, what would y'all suggest? I don't know what to do. No, it's like you hit a wall and you're like questioning your beliefs, and now you're questioning things that just are like a loop, and then you're like, okay, well, what's next? You once did.
Are you questioning the questioning?
It's like questioning if I'm really thinking.
Which provisional?
Can you elaborate on that? Because I don't know.
Have you studied any provisional beliefs?
Aren't they all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which one was yours?
I mean, I was, once Christian, met Muslims and Buddhists.
Yes, you went down that part.
And
which denomination?
I don't think there was a denomination.
Do you still hold to the belief that God exists, or is it just an amorphous anything?
I mean, I hold it, out of respect for my family, so I don't be disowned. It's scary because it's like, what would they think if they were hearing this conversation? My dad was a Christian.
Really quick, I'm gonna thank Dorothy, an angel, Heather's Descent, Shell, Esoteric Roots, and Hannah for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you. Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
I don't know. I don't know what the right answer with that for that. I mean, if I say yes, it's like, am I limiting myself? Because I don't want to put any limits on myself and say, hey, yes, this is true, or no, this is not true. Because I don't want to limit myself from, limiting in a way. If I were to say yes, because if anything, I would just say no.
The question wasn't whether or not your beliefs are true. The question was, do you fear with it? I said, if he was not asking whether or not your beliefs, whether or not you think your beliefs are true. He was asking if it matters to you, if you care if they're true.
Because, I mean, without them, I guess I wouldn't have questioned them. I guess without my
But
beliefs.
do you
Go
care
ahead.
if they're true?
I mean,
Like, does it matter if there's any truth value to them?
yes. I think that there is some core truth inside of them all. Yes. I mean, so I would say yes to that question.
How do you determine what is true?
You question it, assume that it's not the truth. I mean, if it makes a claim that if it has an unquestionable claim, wouldn't you question it? Can you ask the question one more time?
No, that was a fantastic answer.
Does anyone else have? Appreciate you coming up, Watcher.
Do y'all have any suggestions?
What do you mean?
Like,
You what?
Go ahead. You're about to say something.
You want someone else's provisional beliefs?
I mean, I don't want to ask y'all's beliefs. I mean, I don't want to ask y'all that because that's, I know y'all have something going on. Doing this and asking other people kind of, I don't know what is the purpose of this, I guess.
It's on
asking.
the screen. Question your beliefs. You did fine.
When I see that question, that literally gives, it's not limiting. It's really it's very observing, and you hold beliefs, but you don't identify yourselves with them. You question them.
Some people do. Some people do both. Some people do one or the other.
Like, it's not assertive, so it's very respectful, and I kind of align with questioning beliefs.
I noticed, and I appreciate you coming up and demonstrating that, Watcher, but answering the questions. I hope
Peace and harmony.
Thank you. And if you find any good answers, bring them back to us. And we'll definitely question those. wonder if we have anything but ghosts left in the queue.
Esoteric groups might come up.
They were in the queue and disappeared when I accept question or encourage the other guest. I guess. Or not.
Hey, I wanted to question. I was so curious. What made me curious was the FOMO, that I need to believe in something, because that is a belief. If you believe that you need to believe in something, is it because you're afraid of something, and therefore I would have loved to scratch that and where that came from.
What about you, esoteric? Do you have a belief?
You know I have a belief. You've had me up here 3 times questioning me about my beliefs. Yes.
What was your belief?
I am a druid.
Wow.
God. Because it feels right. It fits with lines with my morals, my beliefs, and it feels right.
Why right?
There's no threat of hell. There's no force of belief. It's very nature based, and I still have Catholic family, and that felt for me fear based, forced, and that just didn't align with what I think that, you know, our experience of faith and religion or belief should be about. It should be about curiosity, and it should be about what feels belief, which I felt like Catholicism was. Yeah, it's my way of life. So it's not. It's yeah. I say I'm a druid. I follow a very. It's a way of life. It's a set of morals that feel right to me. They don't feel forced. There's no fear, and for me, those 2 things are really, really important in our daily life. You know, forget religion. When we're making decisions about things, it shouldn't be forced, and we shouldn't be put into those for fear.
Is your belief system based on the morals? Or is it like, do you believe it?
Not necessarily. I don't. It's not that believing in it gives me morals. It's that
My morals in life align with that, with druidry, with, you know, Celtic, you know, a Celtic practice. It's not so much that it gives me purpose. I already have those morals. It's just a religion, a belief. It's not a religion, but it's just a way of life that aligned with my pre-existing morals already. It's kind of like I went down all these different holes of what I wanted to sort of discuss, you know, that sort of stuff. Particularly growing up with the pressure of God and Catholicism, and He's watching you, don't do anything bad, you know, prayers consistently, constantly, the threat and the fear of God. And I was just like, this doesn't feel right for me. So I went on like a discovery of all the different religions out there. I studied the origins of the Bible as part of my university degree. And for me, when I sort of stumbled down the path of Druidry, connection with my right.
So you could have been studying anything at the time, and as long as it felt right, it would be the path you chose.
No, not necessarily. So I didn't set out to study the Bible. I was it was not sought out in search of religion. I was studying something completely unrelated to the Bible, but the Bible came up as part of those studies. It's a module, shall we say, that I covered, and that revealed a lot to me. I wasn't sort of actively seeking out a particular thing. I was just like, well, let's have a little look what's out there more than Catholicism. And you see there's all these different lives, different paths, people can take different belief systems. And it's a bit of a rabbit hole, you know, you go down one and it leads to another, and it leads to another, and it leads to another. And when I stumbled into Druidry, and you know, nature's important to me as well. Oh, okay, yeah, give to the community. You know, those things just happen to align with what I already believed as a human. I was forced into with Catholicism.
Is Catholicism your only basis for comparison?
Catholicism is my only experience of religion. It's not. It's my only personal pre-experience of religion. So it's not the only religion that I looked into, but it is something that I was actively participant in. Not through choice, through being born into it, baptized in all Catholics. So it's not my only experience of witnessing, seeing, or it's my only experience of personally having that.
Does your belief in Druidry entail anything supernatural?
Define supernatural.
Beyond, I don't know. That's a good question.
Made you go quiet, Thrayle?
Well, it's my
Depends,
fault.
doesn't it?
It's my fault for choosing the word supernatural, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on what people view as supernatural, doesn't it? For me, supernatural is spirits, ghosts. There are elements of beings that are no longer existent within my practice, yes. Within my path, yes.
The excuse me. The reason you chose Druidism, you said, was because it aligned with your values.
Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah.
Did the entire rest of the supernatural framework or the framework of the belief change other than your values?
No. No. It's not. Break it down into smaller sections.
Okay, let's say whenever you chose Druidism, you said it felt right because it appealed to what you already believed in. I don't want to strawman you, so I'm trying to phrase this appropriately.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's correct.
Okay, so whenever you changed the belief systems, what changed other than your core beliefs that you already held?
So my core, nothing. You said what changed other than your core beliefs. My core beliefs sort of like looked into Druidry, and it's quite I'm quite an eclectic Druid, I would say. You know, it was things that I was already doing in my life, so nothing in that sense changed.
I'm sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Other than the things that didn't change, what did change?
Learning how to, how can I say this? It opened up another world of magic. So I started practicing magic. It opened up connections with deities for me. So that side of things changed. However, there were elements of those things that were happening in my life anyway. It just kind of gave me confirmation, if that makes sense. And sort of taught me how to use them, you know, taught me how to yield those things. It gave me, you know, a sort of more structured path rather than just sort of like, what am I looking for? Where am I going? What's happening? I know God's, or sorry, I'm not going to say that because that could be offensive to people in the chat. But for me, it was like, well, God doesn't feel right to me. I know that's not real. So what's real? So, you know, Druidry kind of, I've got ADHD as well. So I needed that structured sort of guidance in that sense. Much less chaotic, more structured. As I say, there were things already there that just perhaps enhanced a little bit or gave me understanding as to why you know, you've got spell work and things like that that come as part of those practices as well. Part of that path. You can say it, esoteric.
If these things that you believed before were already there and they didn't come from the religion that you were in, do you know where they did come from?
I believe that they're in my DNA. They're part of my ancestry. They are part of my heritage. So yeah, they're already there. You know, druids, witches, pagans very much have a lot of respect for our ancestors, and it is about carrying those old ways, you know, forward. It is about kind of remembering. It's about remembering. It's about what's already within our blood, within our DNA. Crows, hail the ancestors. Absolutely. You know, the ancestors are a massive part of pagan practices. So they
Does
were
it
all.
matter if it's true or not?
Does it matter if it's true or not? The beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
no. Is it true or not? In what sense? Like if it was factually proven, if there was evidence? Because to me, it's true anyway. So if you say it's true or not, that doesn't make a difference to me. And I am like fully fledged into this shit at this point. So
here because I agreed.
I mean, if you turn around to me, Thrayle, and say it's not true, I'm like, yeah, cool, whatever. To me, it is true. So if it's true or not, to who? Who is the measurer of the truth or the deceit? Who gets to decide whether it's true or not? Because that's what matters, you know, because it will always be true to me.
If it's... What does that mean, that it will always be true?
So your question was, does it matter if it's true or not? So my answer to that is it will always be true to me. So if you say to me it's not true, that has no bearing on whether that's your opinion. To me, it is true. So does it matter if it's true or not? It's not a question. For me, it is true because I know my ancestry is true.
Do you know that the practices described and passed to you are necessarily those of theirs, and that any of their that any of what they believed was accurate to reality?
So going back to sort of like, you know, when we talk about ancestors and things like that, are passed down, have been passed down. So when we talk about a set of beliefs, we're talking about sets of beliefs. This is what your whole life is based on. My beliefs have been passed down through my lineage. So regardless of whether or not it was true to them, it was true to my ancestors, and I have carried that belief forward because that is literally the bones of my craft, the bones of my practice is carrying those traditions on, those beliefs on. So regardless of whether it was true to my great granddad, he sternly believed in that and passed that down the line, and I believe in that, and it aligns with what I feel naturally. It's not forced, it's a choice. That is the basis of pagan practices, specifically mine, is that we are carrying those beliefs forward.
So all that matters is that it is carrying it forward. Not that it's in proportion with reality in what it says or explains.
No, not necessarily, because Catholicism is also part of my ancestry, and I have absolutely not fucking carried that shit forward. So it's not about just carry it forward, that's the only thing that matters. I wouldn't be carrying it forward if it didn't feel right for me, it didn't fit my morals, my moral compass, and it wasn't a choice. I'm choosing to carry it forward. I think that's really important to emphasize that. It's a choice. I choose to carry it forward. I could have chosen to carry Catholicism.
Make any moral proclamations that you disagree with?
There are quite a lot of different types of druidry. How can I Um, there are what's the word I'm looking for? Is it demographical? There are druid practices in all different parts of the world. You know, there are sort of smaller cultural practices. My specific type of druidry, my Celtic druidry, no, there's nothing that I don't agree with.
Oh, go ahead.
Can traditions be questioned, or can they be incorrect or harmful?
Do you mean specific to my practice or in general?
Specific to your practice. Does it being traditional make it true and unquestionable?
No, absolutely not. I didn't just follow it blindly. As I said, you know, it's using your discernment. It is asking those questions. It's curiosity. Like, so, you know, when I was born into Catholicism, there was no room for curiosity. There was no room for questioning. It was something that I was immediately born into. It became part of the everyday life. And the reason that I didn't fit right with it is because when I started asking those questions or challenging those beliefs, I was met with fear. So for me, the path that I follow absolutely encourages and allows you to question those beliefs. And let's be honest, you should challenge and question traditions and beliefs and have a curiosity about them. You've got to use your discernment. You can't just follow blind faith. You know, you blindly follow a practice. You've got to look at it on a whole and, you know, measure it against what you believe and are as a person. That one don't feel right for me, I'm going to follow this one. I accept my path in its whole entirety. You know what I mean? I have challenged and questioned those beliefs, and it's important to do so. You know, my religious trauma from Catholicism, if anything, taught me to question. You know, it's important, and I still question. I'm a human being. You know, I still question.
If Druidism agrees with all your values and your beliefs, what is there to question? What can you question about it?
I think it's important to question lots of aspects of it. You know, so let's look at, for example, spell work, okay? Magical practice, however you want to label it, is a part of my practice. Feel like I'm going to do a spell or I'm going to do a ritual. Am I doing this for the right reasons? Is there other ways I can be doing this? You know, you are, as a pagan or as a druid or witch, you know, crows and crowns will tell you this, you are always questioning your own actions, and you know, you there are ethics and morals that you live by within that path. And you know, baneful magic, for example, you know, oh, this person pissed me off at the supermarket, so I'm just going to go and hex them. There's a lot of thought, there's a lot of looking at things, there's a lot of weighing decisions up. You know, you question yourself all the time. You question your actions. Am I doing this for the greater?
Do you question if the magic is there at all?
Not at all.
Why?
Because I am the magic. I don't question myself.
So, in what way are you the magic?
So I could just sit here and throw a bowl of herbs into a pot and light a candle and say, I don't know, I want to protect myself. Boom. It doesn't work like that. By I am the magic, it means it's my intent, my intention that is the ingredient for the magic. So my intentions, as I said before, you know, you have kind of like this filtration system where you go through this. So, you know, you think I'm going to do a spell, right? But you have like a filtration system. I'm going to do a spell. Okay. Does the spell, is it warranted? Is it, you know, is it morally okay? Is it just? Is it, you know, and it goes through all this sort of like filtration system that each of us practitioners out there will do before you get down to the actual spell. And by the time you've come to do the spell, you're 100% confident in it.
There's some thing beyond yourself that is at work, or is it entirely you and what you do physically in the world that goes forth? Is the spell just encouraging you to act a certain way?
So when it sort of goes from you and it goes out there, there are other things that, you know, we believe that are at force: justice, the balance, you know. We, in my practice, it's balance, it's cycles, it's seasons, you know. So if I was to put something out there, then the karmic energy, whatever people want to call it, for us it's balance, it that comes into play, and that is an absolutely huge part of, you know, the practice that we do, is that it goes beyond you, and it's balance will determine karma, if that's what you want to call it, justice, if that's what you want to call it, you know. It leaves you and goes off and does its thing. But I would like to think that by the time you've sent it off, you have done all the work. You know, as I said, crows will tell you, it's not, you don't just sit there and be like, I'm just going to do a spell. Like there's a lot of pre work. But yeah, once it leaves me, you know, it's in justice's hands. It's in
justice.
Nature's. Yeah.
What is justice?
And wrong, fair, you know, it's balance. It's balance. Justice is balance.
Who ultimately determines whether your intentions are good or bad?
I do. The practitioner does. Sometimes the ego can step in there, and, you know, it's, you got to leave that shit at the door. But there,
Is motivation extremely important to you?
because when you are, you know, you're looking at what is motivating you, what is the driving force. So if it's ego, if it's revenge that are motivating you, then, you know, we don't look at it as necessarily motivation. We'd look at it as what's pushing me towards this, what's driving it. Is it the ego? Is it revenge? Is it, you know? But ultimately, those are motivational. Understand what your motivations is, you know?
What happens if you have good motivations that you yourself have determined good, and later you find out that there's a harmful outcome? Does that mean that your intentions or motivations were now bad? Or does that mean something else?
In the path, it can happen, you know, it does happen within the communities of us talking together. Those things do happen. It's an opportunity to learn. It's an opportunity to unpick that, you know. You can sort of break it down and be like, well, I thought this, but why that? And then you can start to do the prove yourself. You know, you can become a better person by taking that apart and looking at it. And it does happen. You know what I mean? It does happen. But it is about what happens is that you have to live with the consequences of your actions, but you also have the opportunity to look at what went wrong.
How would you explain if you found your motivations pure but the outcome was bad? How would you reconcile that?
So explain to who, if you know, what do you mean? So like, who would I, how am I explaining it to someone, or just like myself? And you reconcile it by doing the work that you need to do so that that doesn't happen again. As I said, you know, there's a filtration system. We live with the consequences. We know that we're taking risks, and we acknowledge that. If we do that and it's fucking wrong, then we have to accept the consequences of that. But we also have to look at the work so that we can make sure that doesn't happen again.
How do you determine why the bad outcome would happen if you had good motivations? Is there a mechanism for or a way that you
So
I was just
do you
looking
mean
for a little more elaboration on do the work. Just to
no,
clear it
you're
up.
good. So you mean, how do we know the outcome of it? How do we know if it's been good or bad?
Well, if it is bad and your motivations were good, how do you
figure out what caused the poor outcome? Is there a particular way you do that?
Yeah, so you go back to that sort of filtration system. It's called it's like your morals and ethics around your spiritual magical practice. You go back to the drawing board and be like, okay, well, what the fuck went wrong there? Was it the ego? Was it revenge? You know, it's usually one of those things. Ego, revenge, pettiness. You know, you'd go back to that drawing board. You'd know that it had gone wrong because you would see you would see that, and then you would hold yourself accountable.
What does accountability look like?
You wear it, you own it, you carry that, whether that's had, you know, negative consequences for a person, you carry that, but you also accept that, you know, your accountability is, I fucked up, I need to take that on. You'll feel shit for a bit, and then you learn to go, right, I'm not going to carry shame for the rest of my life. I need to figure out what went wrong and ensure that doesn't happen going forward.
Is there any way to address it on the other end where the harm was caused?
Yes, you can do things. It depends on the nature of the working. So yeah, you can try and salvage the situation. You can do other workings, but they're not always successful. You know, it doesn't always work, and it depends on the nature of the initial working. There are times when you can salvage it, but there are times when you can't. Either way, you still go through that same process of, I've got to live with this, I've done this, but in order to rectify the situation for myself, I need to do the inner work, kind of thing.
Do you keep track of any of this to show reliability or accountability? Do you have like a record of these things other than just mentally?
So sorry, I'm trying really hard to shut my dog up. Yeah, so lots of us will have like a grimoire, if that makes sense, or like a book of workings. They're sort of logs of what you do, the outcomes of them, those sort of things. It's like a science project in a sense. You'd keep records of data, you know, you would keep logs of who, what, when, where, and why, what the outcome was. So yeah, there's always, because that gets passed down as well. So that's important to have that physical information.
May I ask if you've determined in any way how reliable this is by that, or if you've ever tried to measure the reliability of your outcomes?
Yeah, so you can look back at, you know, you can look back at your workings in your books, and you've got documentation of their success or lack of success. So, you know, you can measure it.
You tend to have more successful outcomes?
Yes. But I don't... Magic is... When you're using spell work and magic, is always a last resort. So it's not like I have books and books and books. You wouldn't just use magic for mundane situations. Do you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, it's always a last resort. That's part of my filtration, is that have I exhausted every other avenue in the mundane world, you know? We're not out there like casting spells left, right and centre. It just, well, I'm not, and I know that a lot of other practitioners aren't. It's always a last option. Crows, who's laughing because she just throws spell work out there left, right and centre, but
I don't. Right, about the way of measuring it, right? Repetition is a good way to measure the outcome of your workings. So do the same working, but do it in different instances to see if you're getting the same or very similar results. Repetition.
Yeah, what she said. but basically, you keep a log of it, yeah.
So I was in the shower, right, and I was listening. Can I just also interject here? You were talking about if she was morally right, but the outcome of the working was bad, like, how do you deal with that? Well, my answer to that is fuck it, because that was meant to be the result in the first place. I don't get to decide the full result of the working that I put out there. And if the higher forces, whoever they are, if they are anybody, decide that that person needs to fucking have their big toe chopped off, then so fucking be it. Like Thrayle's like,
We were
so
questioning esoteric, not you.
yeah, but we're kind of like we're we're in the same community, so I think that's why she's like,
we're fucking sisters.
And it sounded very.
We are.
Very.
May I just say, so that everybody knows, I don't have answers to the questions that I'm asking. That's the only reason I'm asking these questions, not because I've assumed any conclusions. Just to say.
Well, I was just giving my part on it because I was in the shower and I really wanted to say things and I couldn't because I was in the shower. So there you go. I've taken my part. Carry on.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I'd like to know how many times Crows has been up in this bot questioned. I've been up here way too many times.
I live here.
At least as many. And I'll always have more questions. But it is probably time that we move on to a new believer. If there is anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on that. I'm not here to debate you or argue or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And I'm wondering, esoteric, how do you question your beliefs?
So, as I said sort of a little while earlier, you are, when I began on this sort of journey and you're presented with these traditions, you do have that questioning. And that for me was really important. And, you know, you have that questioning, that discernment. You know, that was the freedom within that was really important for me, as opposed to what I was expected to be sort of forced into. And as I said, you know, when you're sitting down and you're doing workings, you have a filtration system, which is essentially a set of questions for yourself about your beliefs about what you're about to do. You know, we're always challenging our own actions, and that is one of the good things that I like about my chosen path, is that I have the freedom to do that. You know, exactly, you know, we are always questioning ourselves, and that was something that aligned with my morals and values. When I was in my Catholicism environment, there was no questioning, and for me that was just blind faith. That didn't sit right with me. So part of my morals is being able to question. So that's why another reason why I like my path, you know. Did that answer? Did I answer that? Or did I go off?
Kind of. You told me the value of questioning, but not how you question. What would you say is the harshest critique you have of your own worldview?
Can you narrow it down a bit, like dumb it down a bit for me? Sorry.
Do you know what a critique is?
Yeah, when you criticize, yeah.
How would you criticize? What would be a criticism, something that could be a fault or a point of doubt?
So the ego, when you're acting from the ego, that can be, you know, we don't have room for that in this path. Although we say that like, oh, it's expelled, but it's always you're always battling with the ego. We're human beings. We're always battling with our ego. So you're always, you know, and your ego is critical. You know, it criticizes you. It's that for me is my biggest critic, is my ego, and I'm always challenging that. you know, we're always up against that as a challenge.
Do you think your ego could lead you to believe false things?
Yes. I think the ego is capable of a lot of things. It can lead you to believe all kinds of things. The ego for us is a slippery little fucker, and you've got to be careful because it can lead you down, you know, wonky paths, and that's where you've got to keep doing that filtration work, keep questioning your actions, keep questioning your beliefs. You know, there are times when the ego can be good.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm curious, esoteric. Do you feel that you need to have a ready answer for every question to pass this test?
This test of this panel?
Mm.
No, because I think this panel is not like it's you're not expected. It's not like fire and answer, get it right. I think it's a space where people can come on, and you know, I wrote earlier in the comments to someone, it's okay to not know what you believe in. It's okay to say, actually, I don't know what my beliefs are. I don't feel that makes sense. I feel like it's just a space of, if anything, it's kind of thought provoking. You know, it's about questioning your beliefs, and but you're not being judged. So no, I don't think I've got to have a ready answer. I've just been up here a few times, so I suppose I kind of have, you know, I'm quite clear about what I say on here. It's not my first rodeo up here.
Yeah.
And it is amazing because, you know, it's thought provoking, and I think that's the whole idea of this panel and this live.
You're doing all right, esoteric. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, though, but I do appreciate you. I really do. I don't know if both sides or Cat Father.
Okay.
Hello, Cat Father.
Hey, Thrayle. Hey, panel.
Did you have any questions for esoteric?
Not really. I was just, I mean, paganism and like druidism is really alien between, because you're not a pagan, right?
So I think this is actually quite, you know, you've picked up on a good point there. So paganism, if we imagine paganism, and this is something that might help a lot of people, imagine paganism as like an umbrella. And then underneath that, you have different branches. So you will have Wicca, you will have Druidry, you know, so on and so on. So
okay,
all Druids are pagan, but not all pagans are Druid. I hope that makes sense.
Oh, okay, so you're a pagan then, right?
Yeah, I would come under pagan. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
I would like to ask I don't know if it's a fair question or not, but are your motivations more important than what is correct or true?
Are your motivations more important than what is correct or true? Your motivations are part of what is correct or true. So for me, in my path, the two are interlinked, you know? So when I look back at my ancestral lineage and things that have been passed down, it is the motivations, as I say, are part of what is true and what's not. It's very intentional. It's very much about why you do what you do, why we do what we do. So, excuse me. So they're both. I've got pets everywhere. My cat's trying to walk all over my phone now. So we've got the two are kind of this. They are very interlinked. It's about being a good person, and that is the truth, and that should always be your motivation, and that is kind of what gets carried down.
Thank you. I appreciate talking to you, and thank you for your answers. I hope I wasn't offensive in any way or anything.
Not at all. I don't find. I honestly, I don't. I enjoy it, and I do not. I've been in your lives, guys, so I know that this is not an offensive. It's a great space.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Esoteric. I do. I think we're going to move on, but do keep asking questions, and if you find any different answers or you find more ways to question what you hold true, then come on back, and maybe we'll ask you some more questions.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you.
Thanks. Are you okay, Thrayle? You sounded a little tired.
Very tired. I think I might be hitting the wall soon. I don't have
What?
the plum ready.
Oh, yeah. How's the week been? I've been busy.
It's been a long week.
A long week. It's Sunday today, the Sabbath.
Sabbath? Is it Sabbath?
I'm
Sabbath.
just kidding. The church Believers' Day. Oh yeah, maybe it's Sabbath is Saturday. Sorry. But in Norway, it's Sunday to gather in the church and stuff.
Many Christians, will we?
No, maybe not.
It's also a happy long night, so it is, because it's the solstice.
Hey, Crows.
Is it the solstice?
Yes.
Hey, what? What did Kat say?
She sleepily asked, is it the solstice?
No, this time for real. I'm not sleeping. You're sleeping.
Yeah, you sounded a little bit muffled and tired.
I'm not sleeping.
Both sides sing. Is there something I can call you other than both sides sing? Thank you for the conversation yesterday, by the way. Appreciate it.
I'm glad to have you. Thank you so much for coming into my live and
yeah, I gotta support the smaller creators too. Yeah.
Well, sorry. Thrayle, can you look at Discord for me for a minute?
You can pick a name for me if you want, out of my name or from my picture or whatever you like to address me, as long as you let me know that's the name you're using. I'm fine with it.
Brain? I'm just kidding.
That's my that's my Groucho Marx brain, yes.
Cool.
You could call me Groucho if you wanted that word.
What? Grouch?
Groucho Marx.
No, I was looking for something more simple. Cause I'm Norwegian, so both sides sing is like, yeah.
My name is Jeff.
Yeah.
Jimmy. Jimmy.
That works.
Jimmy? Mm.
Sorry.
Oh, goodness. We're so close to a what the fuck. I think we're past a what the fuck.
To be fair, the left is unattended, so that's on you.
I liked the what the fuck is soul prompt you had earlier, Thrayle. That was nice. That was cool. They're all
Yeah, I have a few of those.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's a conversation starter.
Mm. And the people in the back are like kind of
No harm done
shock.
You
What's
don't
that?
have it doesn't have the horned god in there. Excuse me? Offended?
It might be off to one of the sides. I don't know.
Are you offended, Crows?
I didn't choose any of them.
Mm. I like the Scottish accent, Crows. But I always feel like you guys sound so strict, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I've had it all my life.
Yeah, of course. No, I recently saw a movie where all the people had the same dialect as you. I think it's called Caliber. I think it was shot in Scotland.
Not seen it.
I recommend.
Were we
What?
dwarfs by any chance? Because whenever we get cast in movies, we are dwarfs.
Dwarfs? Yeah, no, they are just normal people.
That's
But it's a very good movie. Calibre.
May I ask you, Catfather? If
What? Yeah.
May I ask you if since last our conversation that we had about time and consciousness, if you changed any of your beliefs or if you've considered them since then?
No, I would still say I don't know about time, like eternity and stuff. I don't know. Maybe the universe was eternal in the past, but I still can't wrap my head around eternal past. It's like, how did we get here to this point? But no, it hasn't changed. It's just, I don't know.
I don't know is a good answer sometimes.
Yeah, it's a very good. And Kroos, can I ask you something?
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Sage. I'm laughing at Sage. Sage, that was offended. Sorry.
Offended?
That was good. Right. Yeah, you're sure. You can ask me a question.
About the pagan gods you believe in? You believe in a lot of gods, right?
Polytheist, yeah.
But do you believe that they are actually out there somewhere? Like, do you, or is it more like how would you?
I don't look at the gods as gods. I look at them as spirits of the land, and I look at that as
Okay.
personalities of things on the land. I spoke about this yesterday actually.
Okay,
Where
I'm sorry I missed it.
no, it's fine. The best example is the river and the personality traits and correspondences that get added to the river, and then it gets named, and it kind of
River?
takes. It's yeah. I'm giving an example, sweetheart.
Okay.
Oh,
So the spirits, do you believe they actually exist?
No.
You don't know? Okay. But I mean, does the belief give you some kind of purpose in your life?
Yeah, I'm a ride or die with my belief system.
Did you say ride or die?
With my beliefs,
Oh,
absolutely.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. So if you stripped away your beliefs, it will be like a meaningless existence.
If you stripped away my beliefs, you would be left with a person that is from the culture that those beliefs are from, right? So me and Thrayle spoke about this before, where he asked me, do my beliefs define me as a person? And my answer was yes, because if you take them away, then you're taking away my culture, you're taking away everything that's to do with my country, you're taking away all of the history and all of the lore and all of the connection. So
Oh
yeah.
yeah. So it's culture, it's your personality, and yeah, I see.
When I say to people I'm Scottish, I literally fully mean like I embody everything because
Yeah.
that's me.
Many witches in Scotland?
Hundreds and thousands,
Oh,
possibly
wow.
millions. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And so to be a witch, you do rituals and do spells and stuff. I'm sorry. This is so alien to me. It's just,
I do, yeah. All of the above.
interesting. I don't know what to say. It's so different from me, but it's fascinating to learn about. I don't know any witches in real life, so yeah.
That's fine. It's a curious thing, and I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that, Crows? You're not in real life.
I know it's because I'm just fantasy baby.
I meant like except over the internet.
I know what you meant. Hey, J9, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? J9, did you mean to join us?
Oops, sorry. No, I didn't. I just woke up.
No
Sorry.
worries. I'll set you down.
Sleep request.
If anybody does mean to join us, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Thrayle, was it yesterday that someone called you a demon?
Today, and yesterday, and many days before.
Yeah, because you had a discussion and you said something about the Bible and that he sounded silly, and he was like, yeah, and you kind of sound like a demon. Oh, I'm sorry, but that was funny.
Oh, I'm demonized daily.
Same, bro. Same.
Sometimes
Yeah.
indirectly.
Poor Thrayle gets called a devil and a demon, and yeah. Maybe it's the picture with
If
the.
only we could drink out of our enemies' skulls these days, do you know what I mean? Then a lot of problems would be solved. Alas, that is not the case.
Yeah.
Very thrill.
I think maybe Cat fell asleep. Maybe. Oh wait.
She's asleep.
Okay.
You are way too serious sleeping in.
She's muffled.
Very muffled. Sleep tight,
You're much
Cat.
closer to a sleep than I am. I am putting Tyler in check right now.
She's debating her lucidity.
No, I'm playing chess.
Ah, cool. Cool. I should challenge your guys someday. Sorry, but
You're good. I often wonder that if it's all bones or just human bones that are considered evil by these passersby.
Oh my god, did you hear the guy earlier that was like, the skull is demonic? And I was like, you know there's one under your skin, right? And then he was like, no.
the Holy Spirit, of course. Yeah.
Apparently, if you have the Holy Spirit inside you, then your skeleton is no longer demonic. But until then, your skeleton is demonic.
How do they know that's not why his eyes are glowing?
And he does have some flames and a devil behind, so yeah, I can kind of see it. But if I was a Christian, I mean, but I'm not. Not anymore.
Maybe Santa was cold and Jesus chose the wrong religion.
Did you say Jesus chose the wrong religion?
Yeah, that'd explain why they're there in the fire.
Oh yeah, like yeah, hell.
If you believe that Jesus doesn't belong in hell and you can question... No, I'm just kidding. If you can question your beliefs, request up.
That was a good one.
Jeez.
That was a
It
really
does.
good segue.
Oh, there is no horned god. Santa Claus in there, and no horned god.
I can make sure he ends up in there.
Please.
Is that picture? Sorry. Is the picture about? Is that your shed, Thrayle? Where you gather all the?
No, this is obviously this one is hell.
Oh. I see your Batcolyte is above all.
Are you reading into the symbolism of it?
No, not at all. But it is the coolest one, I think, in the picture. Repost. Share the live.
We did break 100,000 likes back there. Thank you guys so much for
Yeah.
tapping the screen up to 100K. I appreciate everybody for being here and doing your part to get us out to the FYP and maybe actually garner some believer or higher powers or something like that. Maybe somebody like that can come in here and actually question their beliefs.
No, Jimmy. I don't think so.
Oh, now you gotta say which Jimmy.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to Jimmy B in the comments. Sorry.
I guess I'm Jimmy A.
How did the rest of the live go yesterday, Jimmy A?
I don't think I did one yesterday, but the day before it went really well. I think
Yeah, I meant that one, yeah.
I'm kind of trying to do what a little outside of the questioning, and I try to share my beliefs and my understandings and such. I mean, how I wouldn't consider them beliefs, but
and not debates, but conversation. Right.
No, more comparison.
Comparison. Really. Okay.
Neither of us. Oh, we got a guest.
Oh.
Oh, hey, you guys.
Hey.
Hello, can I get
Top
your
of the
age
day
for TikTok TOS?
TOS.
Can I get your age?
Oh, I am 44. The big 44.
And do you have a belief
Best president
in a
of
god
all
or
time.
gods? Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or
Yes.
anything?
I
like
definitely am a spirit worshiper, if you will.
What's a spirit?
A spirit is the great creator.
What do you mean by great creator?
Great creator. Like he created everything to be great and awesome.
Who is he?
We're not talking about that guy, okay, who's trying to make it great again. But the great creator of all things, the big, huge spirit that no one can see but is always there.
What do you mean by spirit?
Spirit. Like the spirit.
What the fuck is spirit?
Spirit is an energy source that no one can see but is
What
always
is energy?
there. Energy is the mass of all things that surround us and contain us inside.
Stop.
Is it too early?
Stop. All things.
Are you trying to control me with your stop? I don't see a sign. Like if I was walking across the street trying to get to the school, I don't see you.
Fuck. Is this how he talks to like everybody?
What is this?
No, I just like to get through it, as you try to break down what.
Okay, then I'm
like,
just gonna stop you. I'm just gonna stop you. I'm not interested in being shouted at with random nonsense.
Yeah.
Energy is the mass of all things.
Slow down, buddy.
I don't like questioning a fire hose either.
Right? It has left.
Does anybody care for round two?
It's your call, man.
Cat's asleep. She said I was closer. Didn't happen.
Was a competition?
No. Crows.
She lost.
Crows.
Yeah. Crows is crows. Scottish.
I just ate pancakes, I'm sorry.
Sounds really good.
Do you play chess, Thrayle?
He does.
Yes.
Are you good? Are you skillful?
I play.
You play.
He's better now that Duolingo taught him.
Who? Duolingo?
I do utilize the daily chess lessons there.
Oh.
Also, yeah. But also, I play pretty often.
Do you play against Cat?
Mm-hmm.
Do you win?
Sometimes. He hasn't in a while. I was thinking about that earlier, that we haven't played chess in a while.
I want to know if this chess is in every language because it was on Duolingo.
I mean, it narrates to me in English. I wonder if I could probably change the language.
listened to the guests. I was busy getting pancakes.
He was insufferable.
He was something. He was very fast and couldn't really have a normal conversation.
There you go.
Aha.
Hey, can you remind us your
Did you get
age
your
for
coffee
TikTok
yet?
TOS?
Oh, we've already gone through this.
Let's go back.
All right. 4-4. I'm not telling you my life.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
All the time.
And what is that god?
That god is spirit. Usually people refer to him as spirit, but if you wanted to go through a name, I guess it would be a collage of different names. But which one would you
have a religion?
Religion is for people who are trying to control other masses of stupid people, but I don't follow into a religion.
Okay.
Okay, so this is your second time up in this is your second time up in the last 5 minutes. Can I give you a bit of advice?
What's advice?
Well, the advice is to try and make you stay on the panel for longer than 5 minutes, right? So when someone's asking a question, let them finish the question without over talking them. That's just a tip, okay?
I kind of heard what she said. Her accent is funny.
Her accent is awesome.
Yes, well, funny in some ways too. But awesome is another description. Do you believe in something?
In what way is her accent funny?
You just stepped over my question there, sir. What do you believe in, good sir?
I'm not here to answer questions.
You're not here to answer. You are the benevolent questioner, yes?
My goodness.
Oh, wait.
Potentially talking over to try to get me annoyed. That's not. I'm not annoyed. I'm just bored. It's boring.
We're not questioning the questioner right now.
Yeah, we're not questioning the questioner. You are confused, so I should answer as many as you can. Please, with your questions.
We're not confused.
Then why are you asking questions that you probably already know something too?
Because we're fascinated and interested.
Fascinated
in
by whatever comes up here for an entertainment purpose?
Please?
No.
Well, whatever comes up here for you.
I mean, like, what is this? Like, don't question the questioner, bring him back up for fun and games. I mean, what exactly is this part of the game that you want to play again? The questions that I answer, and then you come to a theory of what I answer? Wait. Who saw 1, 2, 3? Your turn.
Why did you request
Well, you wanted to talk about beliefs, good sir.
What does it say on the screen?
I have no idea. I'm answering questions.
Can you
looking at the
question your
screen,
beliefs?
actually, like, you know, it's amazing to be like, imagine someone who's like not actually staring at his phone religiously as if it was the Holy Grail right now.
Oh my.
Why did you request up?
Because I thought that you were going to say something or ask me something about my belief or my
I have a
faith.
question.
We tried.
I have a question.
You guys are slow.
Why are you an insufferable piece of shit?
Well, that's an interesting one. See, that goes into like a projection of how you really truly feel about thyself. So, like, I can't really have an answer for it outside of that.
Oh, wow.
But like when you look in the mirror and you realize what you truly are, you'll have a better distinction of that answer.
Good. You
Is that a
just
good
get it for
response?
bypassing, which means you're a member of the Love and Light community.
try to
And
make sure you understood that answer.
Creator guy. I got it now.
Yeah,
You haven't
insufferableness is
deconstructed
like
your
when you go to the
Christianity.
bathroom and you have the toughest time
Mate.
trying to.
A big delay.
Just
What? Why are you so upset? This is how you guys start your day? I mean, it's probably different for you because you're in a different time zone, but You know, I mean, come on, you guys. Seriously, like unsufferable? Is that the best word that you can come up with
You
all
just
of this dialogue and
That's
accent
not
that
the
you
word I
guys have?
said.
Is the best you can do?
That's not the
How
word I said.
thankful I am in your presence, by the way. But continue on.
Come on, man.
Xenophobic,
You guys
xenophobic.
are really trying, so go for it, you know?
Let it go.
We know where you guys are
I can't listen to that voice anymore. I can't do it.
because it's really that point. That's the point of it. Like some of us
You know,
were made for that reason.
he's unmuting his microphone really fast for somebody who's not staring at their phone screen.
It's weird.
On TikTok lecturing people about how they're on their phone. Do
I
as
mean,
I say, not as I do. Is that what that is? Because that's what it feels like.
bye, dude. So long.
Would I give you a headache there, Thrayle? Me just totally talking over the top of him so that you couldn't make a word out that he was saying, but I'm not sorry. On this occasion, I am not.
Cat was over it. She was like, "Why are you a piece of shit?"
Holy shit. Woke her up from my sleep and everything.
I mean, I thought it was a valid question.
Yeah. Very direct.
I don't say that to people that often.
I know.
You know, it's so easy, right? It's so easy for people in so we constructed their Christianity that's came to a spiritual path that's adopted the idea of a massive male creator but isn't called God, and that they are spiritually bypassing absolutely any kind of accountability so that they can promote love and light, modern neo-pagan trope that just excuses their bullshit behavior. They are so fucking clinically visible. It's unbelievable, and it just infuriates me. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Thrayle tried to ask which god he believed in, and he just said kind of spirit. Very vague.
Spirit.
Yeah, the spirit god.
The bath, threw out the baby and the bathwater, and now he's just carrying around the bathtub.
Yeah.
It was a kind of energy.
Oh. Crows left. Bye, crows. Nice to meet you.
I wanted to ask him if he was upset by the questioning of beliefs, but I don't even think I could have gotten a word in.
Right. Chalk and Cheese says it's 50 days left now. Are you ready? No?
Gotta wonder about that.
Yeah.
Sounds
mysterious? Ominous. Is he a believer?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask him.
Maybe he should come up and be questioned. or anyone else who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. And if you can question your beliefs, please come up.
No believers. 110,000 likes. That's awesome. Not a one believer amongst you. Chetan, did you mean to request that?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, did you mean to
Hey.
join us?
There is a mind behind the madness.
Fascinating. Did you mean to join us up here? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Pardon me?
Can I get your age?
51, man.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in Thos calculus and the ballast.
What?
Okay, well, the dimensions have a ballast. That's how everything's created, really. And then the lattice of sequency,
Wait,
which is
stop.
frames of things that happen.
Stop. You just said a bunch of words. Dimensions have a ballast,
Okay,
something, frequency. What is a dimension?
Okay, well, dimension is like, so it's a mathematical, and it's basically string theory. So calculus has three things that you interweave together at all times, right? And then it's just that's the growth of calculus, right? And it's spirit, dimensions in physics, and biology. And you gotta do it every day. You just gotta be mindful of it.
Say
and
this
stay
again.
awake in it.
Say those again.
Oh, spirit, dimensions in physics, and biology is calculus. And photosynthesis is the very best fission that there is. And that's how I made the Sauron. I made it in an orange seed, and I made photosynthesis.
Stop.
Microcosm. And then it was taken and a little bit of. Oh, come on, bro. Can't be that mean to me, man. Come on, Hemingway.
Why are you up here?
I don't know. Why am I not up here?
What does it say on the screen?
Okay.
Can you read?
Okay, yeah, I could question that. It could be a reflection of the other side of it, easily. Could
What
be a
could be a
fractal
reflection
of
of
the
what
motion
other
somebody had
side
in
of
life.
what? Are you... What?
I deal in quantum physics.
What does quantum mean?
The quantum is the astroplan. It is the area of the ether where Dracos meets us, the outside down and inside
Does
out.
anybody have any questions for this
My
guest?
tsunami is that.
No.
Lost.
They can't.
No.
They couldn't answer much better than us.
Yeah, I said that. So, what god was he believing in, Thrayle? Right.
Sort of in everything.
Everything.
There might have been something more to it, but he wouldn't let us get there.
He's writing stuff in the comments, but I'm still lost in the sauce.
Quantum gone.
And the ballast of the dimensions. He was born with light ballast. Oh, okay.
Those are words.
Yeah, the words. That's true. No, I like cooker.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello. Noel, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Are you talking about the 66 canon or the 73?
I don't know. Have you read any of it from beginning to end?
Yes, I have.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
First of all, Bible's not all literal because you believe that scripture is infallible.
Infallible.